It started on a sweltering July morning in the backwoods of northern Minnesota, where the pines hung heavy over a glacially carved lake so deep it was said to have no bottom. I'd driven up with my friend Mark, veteran angler and neighbor back home in Wisconsin, hoping quiet weekend of bass and walleye. We towed his small aluminum boat, nothing fancy, just big enough for two, down a gravel dirt road and launched at a primitive ramp half hidden by weeds. The air smelled of pine and old rain, thick with humidity. Even at 9 in the morning, there was a haze hanging over the lake, as though something exhaled and never completely let go. We pushed off into silence, our oars slicing through dark, still water. The boat floated away from shore, and at first everything felt normal. Birds in the trees, the hum of cicadas, rods laid across our laps. Then I noticed something strange. The water around us looked different. It wasn't just a shade darker. Parts of it had ripples that moved against the wind, spiraling inward in patterns that made no sense. I squinted. "Do you see that?" I asked, gesturing to the weird spirals. Mark glanced over, frowning. "Probably just a glitch in the wind," he said, though his voice had a hint of unease. He grabbed the trolling motor and nudged us forward toward a cluster of submerged rock formations he'd marked on his GPS. He said fish like to hide there, deep under the ledges. We got to the spot. The sun was higher now, glints dancing off the surface, but in the depths I could already tell. The water here was thick, almost syrupy. I cast my line, a simple jig bait, while Mark set up his heavier rig for walleye. I didn't catch anything, though the feel of the water unsettled me. The jig sank slower than it should have. It didn't drop cleanly, more like it was wading down into some invisible resistance. Mark, on the other side of the boat, murmured, "Nothing here." He jiggled his bait, tried a few casts. I watched the bobber of my line still floating silent, motionless. Then a strong tug, hard, sharp. My rod bent violently. "Got something," I whispered, voice tight. I reeled in slow, trying to keep it steady. I expected a bass, but instead I felt a weight, like a submerged log dragging my line. I leaned over, ready to pull whatever it was in. The surface broke with a splash of black water. A long shape emerged, too long to be any bass or walleye. It was a slender, sinuous form, dark and glistening, like obsidian wet with grease. My heart thumped hard. For a moment I thought it was a snake, or maybe a big eel. But its skin had a sheen, smooth and impossibly strong-looking. It dove. My line went slack. I stared at the spot. The water trembled, shimmering in weird concentric rings, like the ripples in a disturbed pond, then collapsing inward, as though something just sank. For a second, the calm returned. Then something yanked on my line again, instantly. I jerked back, losing grip. The rod slammed into the side of the boat. Mark spun to look. "What the hell?" he said, his face pale. I told him to be quiet and handed him the rod. He took it, knelt over the side, and reeled in. The tension built like nothing I'd ever felt in fishing. This wasn't just a fish. Something down there was powerful. When he got a little line in, the thing pulled fast and then broke the surface. Only a tail came up, grotesquely large, covered in overlapping ridged scales. It flicked violently, slapping the water, spraying droplets high. It vanished, leaving a tremor in the lake, and then nothing. We sat wordless. I broke the silence. "Did you see that tail?" I asked. Mark nodded, voice low. "Jesus? Yeah." He tried again with the jig. I cast somewhere else. Minutes passed with only quiet. Then, as if triggered the result, a smack. Something hit the underside of our boat. Not lightly, like a fish brushing by, but hard, like a fist. The whole aluminum hull shuddered. I stood up, heart pounding. "Back off," I said quietly, more to myself than to Mark. But it didn't stop. There was a thump, 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 like something huge bouncing against us underneath. The boat tilted slightly. I braced, gripping the edge. Then there was a high-pitched screech. Not human, not animal I'd ever heard. More like metal tearing. The air stank like burnt rubber or old oil. My stomach clenched. Mark fumbled with his reel, trying to recover his line, but his hands shook. I flicked on my flashlight, aimed it off the stern into the murk. The beam cut through maybe a foot or two of water, and I thought I saw a pair of glowing eyes, ghostly yellow, staring up. They widened, and I glimpsed a snout, curved, elongated, then snap, something submerged sank, and the water collapsed again. We sat frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. Mark cleared his throat. "We should go," he said. I nodded. Mark fired up the trolling motor, but barely revved it. All the while, the thing under us seemed to follow, thumping, guiding. The waves it made whispered. I rowed with one oar, more out of fear of noise than anything, while Mark kept the power light. Slowly, we backed toward the shore. Just when I thought we might escape, there was a rush. Water surged beside the boat, whipped into a wall of foam, and something massive burst from the depth. I saw its back break the surface, bony ridges, a dorsal fin that stretched 4, maybe 5 feet. We were too close to it. Mark screamed, engines sputtered, and the creature hit one more time, a crash so hard I thought we might capsize. The light from my flashlight flashed against thick, dark skin as it struck. Then, silence. It drifted away. Mark gunned the motor, full throttle. The boat leapt forward awkwardly, and we charged at the shore. I kept my eyes locked on the wake behind us. For a long moment, there was no follow. Then, just past where the oars hit the water, a dark shape surfaced momentarily, twin glowing eyes locking on us again. It sank fast, and we made it to shallow water, dragging the boat up the bank. We collapsed on the sand, shaking. I didn't even try to catch my breath. "Why didn't you tell me about this place?" I said after a while. Mark stayed quiet, staring into the trees. "I didn't want to," he finally said. "Stories, old stories. This lake, people disappear." I heard him. I'd fished with him enough times to know his face when he was serious. We dismantled the boat. I packed my rods mechanically, as though half my mind was still out on the water. The woods seemed too silent. No birds, no bugs, just the odd rustle of leaves. At the car, I looked back at the lake. The haze still hung low, thick and oppressive. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept dreaming about the thing, slithering beneath the boat, following us, waiting. I had nightmares of being dragged into the black water. I woke up sweating, sometimes gagging on the smell of stale water and oil. The next morning, I called the local sheriff's office, heart pounding. I hesitated, then told them what happened. I described the eyes, the ridges, the scale. The voice was kind but dismissive. "Probably just a big sturgeon," she said. "They see big sturgeon in that lake." But that didn't make me feel any better. Sturgeon don't glow. Sturgeon don't strike boats with enough force to shake them. Later, I looked up old local folklore. There were mentions, barely whispered, of a lake beast, sightings going back decades. One old pamphlet in the county archive said that native stories warned of a water worm, a giant serpentine creature that protects the lake. According to the tales, it only shows itself to those who fish greedily, or to those who linger too long after dark. I went back to that lake one more time, 2 weeks later, this time alone. I didn't bring my rods. I just launched the boat, drifted to the same spot, and turned off the motor. I leaned over the side, shining a light into the black depths. For a long time, nothing. The water was still. But then the ripples started, spirals, like before, and a slow vibration hummed through the hull. My flashlight beam caught something flicking deep below, a tail. Then another flick. It was far away, too deep to see clearly, but I knew it was watching. The yellow glow of eyes, barely visible in the gloom, blinked at me. I froze, stomach tight, and ran the motor low, backed off. That night, back home, I couldn't sleep again. I kept thinking about the eyes, how they collapsed into the darkness. I thought about how wide that creature must be, how long, how ancient. And I thought, maybe it guards something. Maybe the lake isn't just its home. Maybe the lake is part of it. I decided not to tell many people. Not because I thought they'd mock me, though some probably would, but because maybe some truths are better left out on the water. The kind of monster that waits in the deep doesn't always need drawing out. Sometimes it's enough that you've seen it. Now, every time I go fishing anywhere, a pond, a river, a lake, I find myself scanning the water, watching for ripples that defy the wind, looking for the glint of eyes. I've stopped going out after sunset. I don't fish certain spots anymore, the ones that feel off. And I never fish empty lakes alone, because I learned something. There are depths in the water that man was never meant to fully know. And sometimes what lurks beneath isn't a fish at all. Story the end. The dock creaked under my boots as I walked toward the aluminum skiff waiting at the far end, a thin layer of frost clinging to its sides under the pale Montana dawn. The lake beyond stretched wide and still, a sheet of hammered steel reflecting the purple sky. I'd fished Clearwater Lake more times than I could count, but that November morning felt different. Quiet in a way that was too complete, too expectant. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I told myself it was just the cold, or maybe the fact that I was alone this time. My cousin Eric usually came with me when we fished the deep coves before the snow came in, but he'd quit on me at the last second, texting sometime after midnight that he wasn't feeling well. He didn't answer when I asked what was wrong, and by sunrise, I gave up trying. I pushed the skiff into the water, the metal groaning, and stepped into it as gently as I could. The lake swallowed every noise that followed. No ducks, no early rising bass boats on the far shore. Nothing. The outboard sputtered a bit before starting, coughing a plume of white exhaust that hung in the air like ghost breath. I steered toward the middle of the lake, watching the shoreline recede until the pines became a dark, uneven wall. Clearwater was deep, absurdly deep for a lake that small, and the locals all had their stories about what was down there. Old logging machines that sank through thin ice, a few missing persons, even rumors about massive fish that lived far below where sunlight ever touched. I didn't put much weight into local folklore. Fishermen always had stories. But the lake's depth, that was real. More than 300 feet in the center, according to the old survey maps. Nothing but black water under you. When I reached the spot Eric and I always hit this time of year, a rocky trench about 80 feet down, I cut the engine. The silence that followed pressed in on all sides. Usually you could at least hear the distant hum of the highway or a chainsaw from the cabins on the north end. That morning, absolute nothing. I rigged up my line with a silver spoon that worked wonders in the cold months and dropped it into the water. It sank quickly, the line sliding through my glove like silk until it finally hit bottom. The air felt thick, like something was watching. I shook it off, sat down, and began the slow, patient rhythm of jigging the lure. Minutes passed, maybe 20, maybe more. The sky brightened slowly behind me as the sun crawled over the ridge. I warmed my hands and kept working. Then the first tug came, sharp, heavier than a trout or even the bigger macs that lived here. Something strong pulled the line, bending my rod in half. I leaned back, bracing my boot on the side of the skiff. Whatever I hooked was deep and angry. "Come on," I muttered through clenched teeth, fighting the pull. The rod jerked violently again, almost yanking it from my hands. I tightened my grip, surprised by the weight. It felt like snagging a submerged log, except logs didn't fight back. Slowly, inch by inch, I gained line. The thing surged downward, as if trying to tear the lake open, the drag on my reel screaming loud enough to echo across the water. For a second, I thought it might break my line. Then it stopped, completely. The tension remained, the rod bowed, but the creature, if it was a creature, sat perfectly still. It reminded me of that eerie moment when a fish suddenly gives up, when you know it's yours. But this didn't feel like surrender. It felt like waiting. I reeled carefully. The line tightened further. Something far below shifted. And then it started coming up, not slowly. Fast. Terrifyingly fast. The rod bucked in my hands as the unseen weight surged toward the surface like it was being hurled upward. The lake around me began to ripple, small waves pushing out in strange, concentric circles. And then the line went slack, completely slack. I staggered backward, nearly falling as the sudden release threw me off balance. I reeled frantically, trying to figure out what happened. Had it snapped the line? Broken free? The hook was still there when I reeled it in, but the spoon was gone. The metal twisted as if crushed between stones. A cold breeze stirred and rippled the surface. That was all. I tried again, switching to a heavier rig this time. Another lure, another drop, another deep, patient wait. Nothing happened for almost an hour. Then, when I was starting to think it had all been adrenaline and imagination, the water around the boat shifted again, subtly. A rise and fall, like something massive moved far below. Then the new line jerked so hard it burned my gloved palm. I braced myself and leaned back, digging in harder this time. Whatever it was, I wasn't letting go. The pull came again, stronger, the rod bending like a branch ready to snap. I held firm. My muscles fired with strain. I felt sweat bead under my coat despite the cold. The creature moved slowly upward this time, dragging a heavy wake with it. When it was maybe 20 feet below the surface, I could actually feel the cold radiating through the water, like something brought the deep up with it. I leaned over the side of the skiff, and I saw it. At first it was just a shape, a vast, pale form drifting in the dark. Too big, far too big for any freshwater fish I'd ever heard of, at least 6, maybe 7 feet long. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The disturbing part was the way it moved. Not swimming, not struggling, just rising, like something lifting it from below. I blinked hard. The shape turned slightly, and I saw the smooth, almost featureless head. No jawline, no fin shapes I recognized. The skin looked wrong, like stretched leather over a too long frame. The instant its silhouette neared the fading light, the line went slack again, and the shape sank, not swam. Sank, straight down like it was being pulled. My heart hammered so loudly I felt it in my throat. Every instinct told me to start the motor and get off the lake. But fishermen don't quit that easily. Curiosity, pride, stupidity, they all blend together out on the water. I stayed, and I would regret it. I switched rigs again, tying on my biggest jig, a heavy lead head meant for deep salmon runs. My fingers shook as I cinched the knot. I dropped the line. The lure hadn't been down there more than 10 seconds before something slammed into it. I didn't even have time to react. The force jerked me forward, slamming my ribs against the side of the boat. I gasped as the rod bent so violently I thought the graphite might explode in my hands. This thing wasn't fighting like a fish. It was pulling like something trying to drag me under. I wedged my foot beneath the bench seat, gripping the rod with both hands. The boat lurched forward, water splashing up over the bow. Hell no, hell no. No, I muttered, struggling to keep my grip. The line cut through the water in a diagonal streak, whatever was on it moving fast and relentlessly toward the far side of the lake. The boat followed like a dog on a leash. Then the rod bent further. Something beneath yanked downward. I held on. Something yanked harder. I heard myself shout. The world tilted. And then I went into the lake. The shock of the cold hit like an electric current, stealing my breath instantly. My boots flooded, dragging me down. I kicked upward, breaking the surface in a sputtering gasp. The skiff drifted a few feet away. The rod was gone. The line, however, was still there, wrapped around my left wrist. In a blind panic, I clawed at it, trying to free myself, but it had cinched tight in the fall. I thrashed, kicking desperately, but the tension on the line grew again, inexorable. Something was pulling me down. I screamed, trying to stay above water. My numb fingers scraped at the braided line, slipping again and again. Then the pull increased. The lake surface climbed past my eyes, past my nose, past my mouth. I went under. The water swallowed me, shock turning into consuming terror. The cold pressed into my skull. I kicked violently, pulling against the force dragging me into the black below. The line dug deep into my wrist, slicing the skin. Shapes moved in the dark. One shape, rising toward me, long, pale. The same thing I'd seen earlier, only now it wasn't drifting up. It was swimming, and fast. Its head lifted slightly, revealing an almost human-like curve of skull, but elongated, stretched too far. Its mouth wasn't a typical fish mouth. It ran vertical, a lipless slit that pulsed and opened slightly as it approached, like a lamprey, but wider. Much wider. Cold radiated from it like a tide. I kicked harder, lungs screaming for air. The shape halted not 3 feet from my face. It hovered there, studying me, the long slit of its mouth pulsing. Then, the line snapped. I shot upward, kicking frantically until my head burst through the surface. I sucked in a violent gasp of air, coughing and flailing toward the skiff. My body felt like lead. I grabbed the edge and hauled myself in, collapsing with my chest heaving. The lake went still again, completely still. I scrambled for the motor and yanked the starter cord so hard it burned my palm. The outboard sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. I spun the boat toward the dock and pushed the throttle so far forward, the bow lifted. My soaked clothes froze to my skin. Every few seconds I glanced behind me, half expecting the pale shape to be rising again, but nothing followed. When I reached the dock, I nearly leapt out of the moving boat, scraping my knee on the metal edge. I tied it off sloppily and stormed toward my truck. I fumbled the keys and dropped them once before finally getting the door open. The whole drive home, my wrist throbbed. The skin around the line's groove swelled purple and red, swollen far more than a line burn should have caused. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined most of it. Cold, panic, fatigue. They do strange things to the mind, but I hadn't imagined the wound, and I definitely didn't imagine what happened later that night. I woke around 3 a.m., the house dead quiet, and felt a sensation like something cold gripping my wrist. I turned on the lamp. The swelling had changed. Small, circular marks ringed the bruise, evenly spaced, like the faint impressions of teeth. Tiny teeth. Too many teeth. Over the next few days, the wound worsened. My wrist felt cold constantly. I called Eric to tell him what had happened, but he didn't answer. His voicemail was full. I decided to drive to his place. When I pulled up, his truck was in the driveway, but the house was dark. I knocked. No answer. I tried the handle, unlocked. I stepped inside, the smell hitting me instantly, a damp, rotting lake odor that made my stomach twist. The living room was in disarray. Furniture toppled, floor wet in patches. Something had happened in here, something violent. I called his name. No answer. I moved slowly toward the bedroom. The door hung half open. I pushed it wider. His bed was soaked as though something dripping wet had lain there. The sheets were shredded. The window was open, the curtains torn like something had climbed out or climbed in. On the floor next to the bed was something worse. His fishing gear. All of it. Drenched, and his line. Snapped. The end frayed in a way I recognized. My blood turned to ice. When I backed away, I stepped on something soft. I looked down and saw a glove. Eric's glove. Inside it was Eric's wrist. Only the wrist, severed clean. I stumbled out of the room, barely able to breathe. I reached for my phone to call the police, but stopped when I saw the lake water dripping from the screen of my phone. It dripped from my hand, too. From my wrist. The wound had begun leaking a thin, cold fluid, much clearer than blood. I wiped it, but it kept seeping out slowly. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room with every light on, my wrist wrapped in towels I had to change again and again. The cold spread up my arm like frost creeping across glass. By dawn, I noticed something under my skin. Movement. Tiny, wriggling shapes shifting beneath the surface, tracing small bumps up my arm. I nearly vomited. I drove straight to the emergency room. The nurse glanced at the wound and called for a doctor immediately. When they unwrapped it, the doctor frowned. "What the hell bit you?" he asked. I couldn't answer, couldn't speak. He poked gently at the swelling, and two small, thin white things squirmed beneath the skin, right under his fingers. He jerked his hand back. They prepped me for immediate extraction surgery. I begged them to amputate instead, cut the arm off entirely. They refused, thinking I was delirious. When I woke from anesthesia, the room was dim. A nurse stood near the door, pale, murmuring into a phone. I caught only fragments. Never seen anything like. Keeps moving. Contained for now. I looked at my arm. It was wrapped thickly in fresh gauze, but dark stains bled through. Thin, almost clear stains that have like lake water. The movement under my skin hadn't stopped. It had spread. Up my bicep, across my shoulder, toward my chest. The nurse saw me open my eyes and hurried over. "Don't move," she whispered. "Dr. Adams is calling the CDC. They don't know what this is." "I do," I rasped. My voice sounded wrong. Too rough. Too cold. She stared at me, confused. Something shifted beneath my ribs, something long. I felt it. Something inside me wasn't just moving, it was growing. "I need you to sedate me," I whispered. "Now!" She looked terrified, but she nodded and turned toward the cabinet. Too slow. Far too slow. The lights flickered. Something inside my chest pressed hard against my lungs. I doubled over, gasping. The heart monitor spiked wildly. A tearing sensation ripped through my shoulder. The nurse screamed. I don't remember much after that, but I remember the cold, the overwhelming, consuming cold. And I remember the sensation of something breaking through my skin, something slick and pale sliding free. I remember the alarms, the shouting, the bodies hitting the floor. When I came to, I was floating. Not metaphorically, literally. I was in water. Cold, dark water. Clearwater Lake. The moon hung over the water like a silver coin. The night was silent, perfectly still. I could see my reflection on the surface, but it wasn't my face anymore. Not completely. My eyes were wrong. Too pale, the pupils too narrow. My skin had taken on a faint bluish-gray tint, smooth like something that had been underwater far too long. And on my neck, when I turned slightly, I saw small, thin slits, not deep, not fully formed. Yet, something moved beneath the water behind me. I didn't turn. I didn't need to. I already knew what it was. Knew I belonged to it now. The cold deep pulled gently, and I sank. Not struggling, not afraid, just sinking. Into the dark, into home. Story the end. The moon was nothing more than a thin smear of light over Lake Washota, a crooked glimmer wobbling on the still water like it was too tired to stay awake. I had driven 3 hours from Duluth to get there after my cousin Terry called me, voice tight with excitement, saying the muskies were hitting harder than he'd seen in years. Terry was the kind of guy who wouldn't exaggerate about fishing, drink, women, or football maybe, but never fishing. So when he said the lake was hot, I packed my tackle, grabbed a cooler, and took the long drive north, past the thinning towns and thickening pine woods, until I reached the old gravel access road leading to the lake. There was no one else there. Not surprising. Washota wasn't one of the famous lakes, wasn't even on most maps anymore. Years back, they stopped maintaining the campground and trails after a dam upstream changed the water level. Terry and I used to fish it with our dads when we were teenagers. Even then, the place had a weird hollow loneliness to it, like the woods were holding a breath. Terry's old aluminum boat was already in the water by the time I parked. He waved from the stern, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth, tip burning bright in the dark. "Took you long enough," he said, as I loaded my rods in. "You're missing prime time." "Light traffic," I said, and I stopped for gas. Yeah. He flicked his cigarette into the lake. "Let's get to it." We pushed off and drifted a moment before the little outboard sputtered to life. The lake opened up around us like a black sheet of glass. "Where are we heading?" I asked. "West End drop-off," Terry said. "Right where the old riverbed used to be. Something's been cruising down there." "What do you mean, something?" He shrugged. "Just had a feeling. You know how you get sometimes, like you're being watched? Maybe it's just a big muskie. But I don't know. It's different." He didn't say anything after that, and I didn't press him. Terry was a good fisherman, but he got these moods sometimes, quiet, restless, like something was gnawing at the back of his mind. I figured he'd shake it once we started hooking into fish. But the thing is, we didn't hook into anything. Not for hours. At first, we chalked it up to timing, then to lure choice, then to the moon phase. But after 2 hours and not a single hit, not even a lazy tap, something felt wrong. Fish don't just vanish. Terry, who was stubborn as they come, started switching lures like he was shuffling cards. Bucktails, crankbaits, jerkbaits, worm harnesses, nothing. Even the water felt wrong. Cold. Too cold for early June. And the air had this faint sour smell, like algae bloom mixed with something metallic. "We should try trolling deeper," Terry muttered. We dropped lines toward the old channel, letting the boat idle at a slow crawl. The fish finder screen glowed green-blue in the dark. It was an older model, nothing fancy, but even the cheap ones should have shown something. Minnows, weeds, anything. But the bottom was clean. Too clean. Nothing but a flat, dark space. "Where the hell is everything?" I muttered. "Right?" Terry said. "This is insane. Last week they were jumping. I mean, literally breaking surface. I caught a 40-incher right off that." He stopped. The boat slowed to a near stop. The engine was still running, but it felt like we drifted into thicker water. I leaned over the side and dipped my fingers in. Ice cold. "How's it that cold?" I whispered. Before Terry could answer, the boat jerked sideways. Not a scrape, not a bump. A jerk. A sudden yanking pull like something grabbed the hull from below. "What the hell?" Terry grabbed the side. Then it happened again. Harder. The whole boat listed, and I had to grab the starboard rail to keep from falling in. "Kill the motor," I shouted. He already had. The engine sputtered quiet. The water stilled again, but the air felt charged. Heavy, like the sky before a tornado. Then, from beneath us, came a sound that froze my blood. A groan. Deep, slow, wet, like a giant exhaling underwater. "Jesus Christ," Terry whispered. "You heard that, right?" "Yeah." "What is it?" I didn't have an answer. I didn't want one. The lake was still as stone now, but the feeling of being watched crept up both our spines at the same time. Terry motioned toward the bow quietly, like he thought noise might disturb something. "You're rowing," he whispered. "We're getting out of here." I nodded. Terry picked up a paddle, and I grabbed the other. We dipped the blades in and began to pull slow, steady strokes. The shoreline was maybe 200 yards away. Halfway there, the fish finder beeped. We both froze, staring at the screen. Something massive had appeared just beneath the boat. Not a school, not a log, a single enormous shape. The sonar blob filled nearly the whole screen. "That can't be right," Terry whispered. The fish finder beeped again. The shape moved. Toward us. "Row," I said. "Row harder." We dug into the water, but it felt like we were rowing through syrup. Every stroke took twice the effort. My arms burned. The boat crept forward at a crawl. The shape on the sonar rose. Up, up, up. The screen went white, then the fish finder died completely. A bubble surfaced beside the boat, big enough to rock us gently. Another glugging groan echoed from below. Water bulged upward like something was pushing from underneath. And then a snapping sound. One of Terry's rod holders was yanked down so fast the metal bent. The rod vanished into the water like it had been sucked down a drain. Jesus! Another rod went, then another. Then the cooler slid across the floorboards and slammed against the side, nearly tipping over. Terry grabbed his tackle box, but before he pulled it back, something hooked onto it. Not a fish. A shape broke the surface for a split second, pale, long, and thin, like a knuckleless finger. It wrapped around the handle of the tackle box and pulled it overboard. We both screamed. "Terry, move!" I shouted. "I'm trying!" He scrambled backward toward the stern. The boat pitched again. Water sloshed inside. That cold, sour smell flooded the air. Something slick slapped the underside of the hull once, twice, like a giant tail or fin. But it didn't sound like a normal fish. It had weight, meat, intent. My mind raced. No freshwater creature could be that big. Not even a sturgeon. And nothing should be acting like that. We were 50 yards from shore now. "Don't stop," I yelled. Terry rowed so hard he was gasping. Every stroke felt like fighting gravity itself. Then a sound split the night. A scream. Not human. Not animal. A bubbling, choking wail rising from beneath the lake, vibrating through the hull. That's when the thing hit us. The boat flew upward, literally lifted several feet before crashing back down. I slammed into the bench and felt something crack in my shoulder. Terry flipped completely over and hit the water with a splash. "Terry!" I lunged toward the side. He surfaced once, gasping, eyes wide with terror. His arms thrashed wildly. "It's got me, oh God!" Something yanked him under. I didn't even have time to react. He disappeared so fast the water barely rippled afterward. "No, no, no," I whispered. Then Terry surfaced again, 20 feet from where he'd gone under. He didn't scream this time. He didn't move. He was floating face down. I grabbed the paddle and stepped to the bow, leaning to reach him. That's when his body was dragged backward with impossible speed, like a rope had been tied around his ankle and someone on a speedboat floored it. His body skidded across the water and vanished into the darkness. Gone. Just gone. I screamed until my throat tore, but the lake didn't care. The boat drifted slowly until it touched the shallows. I jumped out, dragging it onto sand like my life depended on it. Maybe it did. I didn't look back at the water. Not then. Not until much later. I called search and rescue as soon as I found my phone signal. They combed the lake for 3 days. Found nothing. Not Terry. Not his gear. Not even his boat, though I swear I pulled it onto shore. They said maybe he fell out, hit his head, drifted, maybe animals got him, maybe currents pulled him under. But I know better, because on the last night when the search boats were heading in, I saw something out on the water. A single dark shape, long and still as a log, floating just beneath the surface, watching the boats leave, watching me. And as I stared, the water around the shape rippled, darker than the rest of the lake, like the lake itself was breathing. I don't fish anymore. I don't go near lakes, and I still hear that groaning sound some nights, deep and wet and ancient, like the lake remembers me and it wants me back. Story the end. I hooked the bluegill just as twilight melted into dusk on Lake Montgomery, the lure piercing the water with a soft smack. The wind had died down and the surface lay like glass, mirroring the gathering darkness. The hush settled around me until only the faint hum of crickets and the occasional plop of a restless fish broke the silence. I'd come here alone, as I often did, seeking solitude and the kind of calm orientation you only get in nature, rod in hand, side by side with the elements. That evening, though, something in the air felt off, heavier, patient. I chalked it up to nerves, maybe too many fishing trips over too many nights. The deeper I cast, the more I felt watched. I glanced across the water. The shoreline trees stood like silent sentinels, their long arms bent over the lake, watching me. But of course they weren't watching. Trees don't watch. I reeled in the bluegill and tossed it in the cooler. Set up again. I flicked the bait toward a darker patch where the water lapped softly at the root-matted bank. The water stirred faintly, then stillness. Then my bobber dipped. My heart bounced. I eased my rod tip, and the line pulled tight as something heavy beneath slammed the bait and shook the line. I braced and set the hook. For a moment I fought a powerful fish, far stronger than any bluegill. The line ripped out and creaked. The fish surged toward open water, then circled back toward the bank's roots. My heart pounded bright and hot. I reeled, letting it run, then pulling back. After a pitched struggle, it came near the surface. Dim light glinted off its side. It was large, too large for the lure I'd used. I had no idea what it was, but I managed to coax it near the surface and swung it in. It broke the water, a massive carp perhaps, dark olive, scales glimmering wet. I scooped it out, set it gently on the grass, bent to inspect it. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement at the edge of the tree line across the lake. A figure, tall and standing just beyond the last light of the sky, its shape hulled and unnatural. My breath caught. I stared. The figure didn't move its head, only its arms twitched, long limbs cast in shadow. I blinked. When I looked back to the fish, it was gone, vanished from the grass beside me as if it sunk back into water. My rod sailed forward and landed with a thwack. I scrambled for it. My chest was tight, cold. I gripped the rod. The bobber still floated lazily. Then it dipped again. I jerked. Nothing. I reeled it in. The lure was gone. I surveyed the tree line. The darkness pressed closer. I fished on despite shaking, told myself I was being ridiculous. The water rippled. Then, subtly, a floating log, or maybe branches, drifted toward me. It seemed too purposeful, cutting through the still water with slow intention. I watched as the shape shifted. Not a log, a body, a huge silhouette, slinking just beneath the surface, following the curve of the shoreline. The shape paused mid-water, two dark eyes glinting upward for a moment, before the body sank deeper and slid away into darkness. My heart screamed. I reeled in my line and cast toward the opposite shore. My hands were numb. The breeze came, lifting a stinging cold. Moonlight glimmered, though the moon had yet to rise fully. I caught the glint of that figure again, only this time closer. On the water just ahead of me, the surface rippled and parted slightly. An arm broke the surface, pale, elongated with fingers pointed like claws. A scream caught in my throat, but I swallowed it. The fingers splashed back in, the surface melded smooth again as though nothing had happened. I stood up fast in my kayak, shining the flashlight toward the spot. Nothing. Just black water. I told myself, it's stress from being alone in the dark. But I couldn't unsee the arm. I paddled back to shore. My boots slapped on the wet grass of the bank. The figure at the tree line was gone. I collapsed on the cooler, shivering. My fishing gear lay stacked beside me. I kept the flashlight up, scanning the bank and water edges. The sycamores rustled, a whisper of wind or something else. I felt a presence behind me. I didn't turn. Quiet. A sound like water brushing boots. My heart pounded. I stood. The breeze was warmer now, making the hair at my neckline prickle. Shining the flashlight in every direction. Nothing. I took a breath, attempted to calm myself. I told myself I would just pack up and leave. Then the bobber on my rod, still set up, jerked violently. The rod tip bucked. I grabbed it just as a monstrous pull came through. I couldn't believe it. What was down there? The fish ran. I held on. The line screamed as it peeled off the reel. I sat down and braced. The pull was enormous. I thought, maybe snagged on a log. But then the water erupted. A head broke the surface. Dark hair plastered, sunken eyes like pits. It wasn't a fish. Nothing I'd ever seen. The head jerked downward. The rod nearly pulled me forward. I let go for a moment, then grabbed again with both hands. It surfaced. 2 arms, long arms, slender, net-like bones visible under pale skin. The thing clutched the line, its fingers closing on the lure, the hook embedded in its flesh, maybe. The head dripped water. It opened its mouth and let out a sound like slow bubbling, throat glugging. The water churned with its weight, and I kicked the kayak to dodge being pulled. Time dilated. My breath came fast. The rod bent almost to the waterline. I thought I should cut the line. I thought I should hit the eject switch, drop everything, and get off the lake. But for some absurd reason I held on. The creature looked at me, those hollow eyes, and in that moment I felt something elemental. This was not a fish, not of the lake as I knew it, but part of the lake's dark underbelly, something ancient, hungry. With a thunderous swing, the creature pulled the rod from my hands. It yanked it under. My kayak rocked violently. I shouted, fear stripping sound from my throat. I reached for the rod, scrambling, but it slipped through my fingers and plunged beneath the surface with a splash. The thing dove, dragging the line straight down. I paddled away, heart hammering. I reached shore, hauled the kayak up. I ran. I didn't stop until I was back at my car in the lot, engine roaring, tires kicking gravel. I looked through the rear window at the lake. The surface reflected another light, a tumble of white, then nodded out. In the safety of home, I couldn't sleep. Images of the creature haunted my mind. Its sunken eyes, stretched arms, the way it swam silently underwater, stalking. I thought about the fish I had caught and lost, the snagged lure, the disappearing form on the bank. I wondered, was I losing my mind? Did I hallucinate the arm in the water, the tall figure at the tree line? But the ache in my back, the clenched muscles, the missing rod, they all said yes. I saw something real. Over the next few weeks, I avoided the water. I told myself I'd return when daylight was full and company with me. One weekend I did. I brought a friend, a fellow angler, to cast with me at midday. The sun was high, the lake shimmering under blue sky. I told him about the previous night, half laughing, half nightmarish. He nodded, shook his head. We paddled out to the same dark patch. He cast. I tried to relax. At first it was calm, uneventful. We swapped stories. The breeze carried away some cold air, but nothing unusual. Then the sky changed. Clouds rolled in fast, the light dimmed. The breeze died. The surface of the water stilled like a held breath. Then miles away, a sound like water scraping along rock or trees leaning into the lake. I stiffened. My friend noticed. We watched the far bank. The tall figure from before stood again, still, tall, ribbed silhouette against the trees. I pointed, voice trembling. He looked. The figure shifted, glided into the water without ripples. The lake surface remained smooth as glass except for that moment of entry. We spun around to leave. The boat wouldn't move. The paddles were as though stuck in molasses. My friend cursed, tried again. Nothing. The sky darkened further. Then the water nearby began to swirl near the boat. I grabbed up the flashlight. A low groaning came from under the water. My friend leapt up, searching. I urged, "Paddle, just paddle." He did, once, twice, but the boat barely moved. The sound under the water grew closer. A shape ascended slowly, part of its body below, its face lifting toward us. The eyes were wide, bright in the dark, too many teeth, pale skin slick and olive green. I screamed. My friend shouted. The creature struck the side of the boat, jarring wood and metal. We surged forward, paddles slicing water. It came again. The boat rocked. We nearly flipped. I rowed with everything I had, sweat mixed with cold fear. The lake was like quicksand beneath us, resisting. The shore seemed impossibly far. The creature kept pace, splashing, dragging something underwater that made lines of foam bubble on the surface. I glanced. Rope or vines? The thing raised a long arm and fingered something dark that trailed behind it. I flicked the flashlight, just a glint. A human boot. A leg. I screamed again. My friend found strength and gave a final plunge. We shot forward, and under a branch we hit. The boat flipped. I plunged into the water, freezing, coated in lake silk and mud and something else. I smashed the surface and clawed to the bank with him. I barely pulled him and myself out. We coughed, choking. I looked back at the lake. Nothing. Smooth. Silent. No creature waiting. Just the reflective black. When I got home, my friend packed up and left without a word. I found the boot we'd seen. It lay near the water's edge, crusted in green slime, the sole worn. I took pictures. Showed them to a local shop owner at the bait store. He looked at the boot, gave a low whistle, said people had gone missing fishing alone out there. I dismissed some of it, but then I heard stories, old ones, folk tales of a shape in the lake, dragging things beneath, the lonely bank where something hunts. I didn't fish again for weeks. Even sleeping I had nightmares, water rising like a second skin around me, arms reaching up. I thought I was done. Then one evening, though, the call of the lake, quiet, seductive, pulled me back. I went with a group this time, 6 of us in a boat, midday, safety in numbers. We laughed, fished, chatted. Everything was calm until the sun dipped early behind clouds. The water grew reflective, inert. No wind, no birds. The lake held its breath. We cast and waited. I turned my head and across the water saw something shimmer, like a ripple, then the figure. No, it was more like half-figure, emerging briefly, then dissolving. My friend called, saw it too, but just a second. The water behind us churned suddenly, a hollow bubble, then an arm slapped the surface. The boat rocked. The others stared. We yelled and paddled furiously back. The first mate, friend I'd brought, looked back and saw something dragging the boat's stern. I heard the chain grind. An enormous dark form swam beneath, wide, bulbous head, ancient-looking. It sped up, hit the boat, and backed off. I heard crack of wood. We got to shore. When we stepped out, the dog that had accompanied us shuddered, whined, refusing to go near the water. We packed fast. I left behind the thrill of fishing for peace of mind. But I still look at that boot, at the photos. I still feel the lake turning soft beneath me. Months later, I went again, winter, frozen edge, ice forming. I told myself it was safe now. But even the frozen lake has depths. I drilled a hole for a tip-up. Her line ticked. I watched. Suddenly, the line pulled. I reached for the rod. The timer snapped. I hit the lever. The line flew. Clear ice cracked. Something beneath ripped up, lifting the ice a little, making it groan. I stared down the hole. I could see only black water underneath, deep and still, but I felt the movement, a silhouette swirling beneath the glassy surface. I scrambled back, slipping on the ice. A crack spread behind me. My friend shouted. We dragged ourselves away as the sound of shifting water continued beneath the ice. I've never told many people this. They'll say I'm whacked, saw things. But I know what I saw. The lake took the fish. The fish were the easy part. The other thing, the thing that isn't meant to be seen, lurks beneath. Now I fish strictly daylight, only with company, and I never, ever cast toward the root masses or those semi-hidden pockets along the bank where the water is black, even in sunshine. I still carry the rod, and I still love the cast and the rip of the line, but the lake changed for me. I hear its low, humming hum when I'm still. I have nightmares of being pulled beneath the surface of those pale arms, the boot, the sinking boat, and sometimes I wake at night and hear the splash, just one, soft, then the hush. Then I check the locks, look out at the window. But there are no lights on the lake, no one fishing at that hour. No one should be out there. Only the water. Story the end. I had been looking forward to that week of fishing by the river for months. I figured I'd leave behind the noise of work, the endless notifications on my phone, the slog of daily life in the city. My buddy Tony and I loaded the pickup early Saturday morning and drove out of the suburbs, past farmland and small towns rolling into the forested valleys of northern Wisconsin. We found a remote stretch of the Nemecagon River, dense trees arching overhead, quiet water broken occasionally by the ripple of trout or the crash of a log. It was beautiful and peaceful, exactly what I envisioned. That evening we set up camp at a clearing near the riverbank. The air was crisp, the smell of pine and damp earth strong. We cooked steaks on a grill, cracked open some beers, and went to bed early so we could hit the water right at dawn. I remember falling asleep to the sound of the river, the occasional snap of a branch, and thinking how good it felt to be out here, free. At first, it was everything I hoped for. The next morning, we were out on the river just as the mist was lifting. I cast my line, and within minutes, I had a good pull, a nice brown trout. Tony got one too. The world seemed to slow. I felt calm in a way I hadn't in years. We drifted for hours, catching one fish after another, laughing quietly. We joked about going out bigger, maybe 2 nights instead of just one. But both of us were tired and decided we'd stick with the plan. On the second morning, something changed. I was wading in knee-deep water near a bend in the river where the current swirled around a half-submerged tree trunk. Tony was a little downstream, back near the bank, retying his line. I felt a tug, stronger than usual, and set the hook. The fish fought hard, and when I reeled it in, I realized it was huge, bigger than any trout I'd caught before. I hollered to Tony, and he came over, eyes wide. But when I got it to shore, something was off. The fish glowed in the dawn light, the scales looking almost metallic, and the eye stared up at me with something that felt wrong. I shivered, half excited, half terrified, and took a photo. I cleaned the fish, bagged it, and we went back to camp. That night I couldn't sleep. I could hear the river trickling, but something else seemed present. Some distant rustle, maybe branches shifting, maybe something walking. I chalked it up to nerves. This was remote wilderness, after all. The next day we fished again. I wanted to release that weird one, felt like a bad idea to keep it, but Tony encouraged me. Bring it back, dude. We'll grill it. We'll celebrate. I agreed. We grilled the fish. As I ate my portion, I realized it had an odd taste. Metallic. Tangy. I shrugged it off. But later that evening, just before bed, I felt my skin prickle, like the moment before you get goosebumps. And then I heard it. A low, guttural sound coming from the trees beyond the clearing. It wasn't animal. It sounded angry. I sat up and looked around in the dark. Tony rolled over, deep in sleep. I told him quietly, "Did you hear that?" He mumbled and turned away. I stayed awake for hours. Every now and then I heard the sound again, soft at first, barely a whisper, then louder, a sort of groan, like someone dragging something through the brush. In the morning, I was jittery. Tony looked fine. We packed up our gear and began to drive back home, but we decided to stop for one last cast at a little tributary we passed earlier. We both agreed. Just one last time. The tributary was narrower, dark water under heavy canopy. I waded in slowly, casting upstream, trying to let the lure drift naturally. The day was bright, but the canopy made it feel shaded and humid. I got a tug again, nothing huge but good enough. I reeled it in, and as I lifted it out of the water, I saw something just behind it. In the corner of my eye, I caught the glint of something moving beneath the surface. I looked down. The water parted, and something huge shifted. Before I had time to react, the something lunged. It wasn't fish. It burst from the water and slammed into my leg, pinning me against a rock. My heart leapt. I screamed and grabbed at my line. Tony, hearing me, rushed over from the bank, wading fast. The creature's weight pulled me off balance. I tumbled backward into the water, my head submerged briefly, lungs burning. Then my leg came free and I scrambled to the bank, soaked, panting. Tony was there, helping me up. I looked back into the water. The surface was still again innocent looking, no sign of the beast. "You okay?" Tony asked. His face was white. I nodded, but my leg hurt and I felt something wet trickling down. I pulled up the pant leg and saw a series of deep gashes. Fresh. Probably claws. My mind raced. What the hell was that thing? We abandoned the rod and pulled our gear out, leaving everything on the bank. We rushed to the truck, me limping hard. Tony drove us out of the woods, faster than I've ever seen him drive. My leg throbbed. When we got to the highway, I tried calling 911, but the signal was weak. I told Tony to keep going. He nodded, and we pressed on. The pain was sharp, flashing. I thought I might pass out. By the time we reached a small town hospital, it was afternoon. The doctor took one look at the gashes and ordered me to surgery immediately. Deep lacerations, foreign matter inside the wound, could be infection. The doctor looked grave. "What happened?" he asked. I told him I was fishing in a tributary and something attacked. He nodded, without disbelief, but there was worry in his eyes. They admitted me for observation. At night, I woke cold, drenched, sweating. I heard the hospital building creak, the beeps of machines. The pain in my leg made sleep impossible. I thought I saw movement outside the window, though windows faces parking lot, nothing beyond. I shook my head. The next morning, the doctor told me to rest, to monitor for infection. "We found something unusual in the wound," he said. "Some kind of filamentous material, like plant fiber mixed with soil, and the depth of the wound suggests strong pulling motion downwards." He didn't know what caused it. I didn't either. Back home, the wound healed slowly, but I couldn't shake the fear that came from that creature. I kept replaying it. The strike, the water exploding, the weight dragging me under. I thought about how quiet the water got afterward. I imagined it watching from below. Weeks passed. I recovered physically, but mentally, I was wrecked. I gave the trout rods a rest. Every time I walked near water, I flinched. A sense of being watched, of something lurking just beneath the surface, followed me. Then one night, I woke to the phone buzzing on the nightstand. It was Tony. He sounded frantic. "Dude, you coming back up next weekend?" I answered hesitantly. "No, I had no desire. Why?" "Something weird happened." He paused. "When I camped alone last night, I heard something in the river, near our old spot. Something big. It moved in the trees. It shook branches. I heard it growl. My stomach dropped. I asked if he wanted me to come up. "No," he said. "I'm leaving. I packed. I'm going home tonight." He hung up. I stayed awake for hours, listening to the quiet of my house. My legs still throbbed occasionally. I wondered if I should have done something, called wildlife, alerted somebody. But what would I say? Large, unidentified aquatic creature attacked me while fishing? No one would believe. A month later, I got a call from the sheriff's office in the county where we had fished. They said they found the truck, ours, abandoned at the campsite. The gear strewn around, our empty cans, the grill still set up with half-burned coals. No sign of us. They assumed someone stole the truck and we drove off. But they found our old cooler by the riverbank downstream. It had no fish inside, just melted ice and some waterlogged labels. That old tributary where I got attacked, they found deep drag marks heading into the water, marks consistent with something heavy dragging along the bank into the river. The sheriff told me, "We can't identify what made those marks. We sent out a team, but nobody's found anything." I visited the spot one last time once I felt capable of the drive. The forest was silent in the midday. The river glistened and seemed innocuous. Standing on the bank, I peered into the water. I thought I saw something beneath, a dark shape, large, just hovering. I blinked, and it was gone. I felt the itch of fear climb up my spine. I took a photo of the drag marks and left. Now, every so often I get messages in the night, emails from people who camp at that river, posts in online forums. What was that crash I heard in the trees? Why did my tent stake disappear? Saw a big shape in the water at dusk. I haven't responded to them. I don't want to think about going back. But the river calls to me sometimes in my dreams. I see the shimmer of the fish we caught, the strange, metallic trout. I feel the water parting and the cold surge as something unseen lunges. The wound healed, but the memory didn't. The world felt smaller. I realized how little we know about what hides in wilderness, what dwells beneath the surface we think safe. The river we fished in turned benign again, but I know what it can be. I know what waited, and I know I was lucky to get away. I still have the photo of the big trout, its dead eye, the metallic sheen. I keep it locked in a folder, seldom opening it. Sometimes I live stream a cast in my backyard pond, but I fish slow and shallow now. I avoid deep unknown water. I avoid the forest reaches at dawn. I sleep with the lights on. Because when you pull that line and silence falls and you feel the weight and you look over and the surface is still, you have to wonder, what did you pull from the depths? What watched you rise to the bank? And will it remember you next time? Story the end. I never thought I'd be writing this down, mainly because I've tried, over the years, to forget the entire thing. But the weight doesn't leave you, and the damned memory keeps returning. I'm going to put it in words now as best I can. It happened in Michigan 2 summers ago. I was 30, 31 maybe, living up in the Upper Peninsula for the summer, trying to escape Chicago from May through September, working odd jobs and doing the one thing I'd always loved, fishing. There's something about the silence of the lake and the shallow mornings when mist hangs over the water. It calms everything. At least it used to. My name is Mark, by the way. I mention that because if you ever tell your own story about something like this, you'll want to feel grounded, like you're real. So I'm real. I lived in a rented cabin on Lake Huron's northern shoreline. My summer program was simple. Rise before dawn, shove off in my small aluminum boat, and spend 5-6 hours casting for bass and walleye until I couldn't feel my arms anymore. Then return, eat something, nap, and maybe take the boat out again in the evening when the sun went down. The fishing was good. Solitude was good. It was supposed to be good. Then the strange started. It began slow. I won't try to sugarcoat it or dress it up. It started with odd little things, a faint splash when I wasn't casting, the feeling of being watched while I waited for a bite, something in the reeds that sounded like a footstep. I blamed wind, the boat hitting old logs, my own mind. There was one morning I drifted too far out into a shallow channel. The mist was dense. I looked across the water and thought I saw a person standing at the edge of the reeds far off. He was wearing old waders, carrying maybe a net or something. I blinked and gone. I chalked it up to leaving too early, coffee not strong enough. Then, one evening around dusk, I found myself anchored in a quiet cove near an old decaying dock. The sky had turned purple and pink. I had a cooler full of beer and sandwiches for after I finished fishing, which was not typical, but I'd made a day of it. I cast out. The water rippled slightly. I felt something brush the side of the boat. A small bass jumped close. I reeled it in. Good. Then cast again. A minute later, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement. Something large under the surface, not quite big enough to be a monster, but big enough to frighten me for a second. I jerked the line. It snapped. The bobber vanished. I leaned over the side, looked into the darkening water. Something faintly glowed deep there. I can't explain, but the water looked different. Dark, bluish black, like ink. The kind of water you think your fishing line might drop into and never return. I shook my head, pulled myself together, and motored back slowly home. I didn't tell anyone that morning. Nighttime in the cabin was weird. I heard footsteps outside, the scrape of boots on the wooden deck. I sat with my shotgun on the table, just for peace of mind, though I've never fired it, and stared into the darkness beyond the window. I told myself it was raccoons, the wind, some kid pulling a prank. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt, large boots, long treads leading from the shore up to my side door. They were fresh. I hadn't left the door unlocked. I panicked for a moment, cleaned them off with water from the sink, but my heart hammered. I thought maybe the rental company's groundskeeper came around, but the timestamp said 3 a.m. It was calm in the night. I'd been asleep. The door hardware showed no sign of tampering, no force, nothing obvious. Yet someone or something had walked up, tracked footprints in the damp ground, and left. I chalked it up to freak coincidence and tried to push it aside. A week later, I invited 2 friends from back home, Tom and Sarah. They arrived in the late afternoon, tired from driving, but eager for some lake time. I welcomed them, made sandwiches, we loaded the boat, and we set out for a fishing spot I knew well. A long finger of the lake, narrow channel, reeds on each side, quiet, little wind. The plan, spend the afternoon, barbecue once the sun went down, and maybe sit by a fire. Normal, everything normal. The boat glided, lines cast, beers open, laughter. And then the weirdness returned. It started with Tom's line. He cast far into a stretch near the reeds. He said he felt a tug. He reeled, expecting a good catch. He pulled up. Nothing. Bobber down. He cast again. Same result. We both laughed it off, maybe snagged something. Then Sarah's line. She called me. Look, see that? She pointed near the reeds. I watched. There was a figure, standing half submerged in the reeds, waist deep in water, motionless. He appeared to be a man wearing a yellow raincoat, hood up. The light was golden from the setting sun. His face turned toward us, or seemed like it, but too distant to see. I said, Sarah, what the hell is that? She said the same thing. We froze. The figure didn't wave, didn't move. Then a sudden wave washed across the reeds, and he vanished. Tom dropped his line. The boat rocked, wry. We looked at each other. I chalked it up to mirage or trick of the light. Sarah was pale. Let's head in, I said. Mind the lines. As we turned the boat, I noticed something in the water. Long, thin sticks, vertical, rising out of the shallows, perhaps old broken fence posts, or maybe trees fallen in. But they were too regular, like a grid. We rowed slowly. The surface of the water in that channel looked off, discolored, stagnant. There were faint ripples, but no fish jumping or maying, no bird calls, nothing. This spot's dead, I said. Let's go somewhere else. Tom nodded. He loaded a beer, the engine stirred, wake across the mirror-flat water, and started the trip back. After docking around the fire pit, we were telling stories, laughing, trying to ignore what we'd seen. Sarah said quietly, I saw his eyes, like he recognized us. I responded with a joke. Yeah, and he's got better gear. But inside, I felt something cold. Later that night, I heard something screaming out on the lake, maybe 100 yards out. A long guttural moan like someone deep underwater hollering, mixing with wind. Tom and Sarah were sleeping in the guest room. I sat on the porch looking out. The moon slid behind clouds. The cabin lights cast weak halos. I heard splashing, slow, measured, as though someone was walking in the shallows, waiting. And then a splash much larger, close. I flicked a flashlight over the lake. Nothing. The beam caught ripples and darkness. The far dock lights flickered. Then silent. I told myself, it's an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe an otter, maybe a fisherman with a boat. But none of it sat right. I dropped it, went inside, but I slept badly. The next morning, Tom woke me. Mark, you gotta see this. He led me to the shore. Floating in the shallows near the reeds was a small fish, what looked like a bass, but it was torn, shredded, half-mutilated, drifting. Fins missing, bloodwater filaments spreading. Tom said, that wasn't there when I went to pee earlier. Sarah joined us, eyes wide. I touched the water. The fish body drifted away slowly. I didn't want to stay there. We went back to the cabin for coffee. I said, let's keep fishing, maybe move to a different spot. They agreed. That darkness crept in faster than I expected. We fished, we moved the boat, we laughed a bit, tried to make it fun. But when the sun started to go down, I insisted we head back earlier than usual. Let's get to shore before dusk, I said. But as we backtrailed, the engine sputtered. We were about a mile off the dock. The air grew still. The SSE wind died. The lake surface turned flat as glass. The reeds rustled silently, and then the engine cut out. Dead. Tom looked at me. I tried to restart. Nothing. No click, no sputter, just silence. We drifted. The sky was orange-red. We were in the channel between reeds. I looked at the banks. They looked farther away than they should. The dusk shape-shifted. The temperature dropped quickly. I shivered. Then I heard movement in the reeds, exactly across from me. I aimed my flashlight, but the battery died. I saw the silhouette of a person standing still, waist deep again. But this time the hood was down. He was wearing filthy overalls, old hat, and puddles of water at his feet. I asked, "Hey, hello?" No response. The boat creaked. The water around us swirled a bit. I shouted again. The figure lifted one arm and pointed to the east, deeper into the channel. I didn't like that. "Let's row," I told Tom and Sarah. "We'll just row with the motor off." We grabbed the oars. We started to push off slowly. As we did, the reeds behind the figure parted. There were 3 more figures emerging, thin, tall, silent, blurred in the gathering darkness. They stood in a line, motionless, watching us. Sarah began to cry softly. Tom reached for the old pistol we'd brought, for just in case, laughing earlier, now trembling. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Stay quiet. Don't shine lights. Just row." We started at low strokes. The figures didn't move. The one that pointed remained pointing, the others silent. We passed in front of them. I felt air temperature plunge. I sensed that something was watching from beneath the water, too. I told myself I was imagining it. We reached a stretch where the channel widened and the reeds were behind us now. I glanced back. They were gone. Then the motor kicked in as if someone had flicked the kill switch off, and we raced toward shore. We pulled in our boat in the dark. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up, listening. Around 2 a.m., there was a splash right in front of the cabin porch. I flicked the flashlight. Nothing. A voice? I thought I heard a low whisper. "Gone home," or "Go home." I couldn't tell. Then silence. I didn't dare look out. Morning came pale and gray. We decided to pack the next day. We didn't talk much, just loaded gear, kept looking over our shoulders. But then the weirdest thing. As we removed the boat from the water, high on the hull were dozens of scratch marks. Long, straight, shallow marks drifting from one side to the other. I hadn't noticed them before. The boat had been fine. Tom rubbed one mark. "Looks like claw marks," he said. "Seems old." I stared at them. "Don't want to know," I said. We left as soon as the trailer was hooked up. We drove away without looking back. But I couldn't shake it. Back home in Chicago, I stayed up nights thinking. I researched the lake. I found local old stories. There used to be a small logging settlement back in the early 1900s on that shoreline, where men worked and one logger drowned under suspicious circumstances. Then his cabin burned, then the town shut down. No official records of the guy or the fire, just oral histories. Something about waiters, something about disappearing. I found a news clipping. Local fisherman disappears Midtown Channel, 1923. Nothing more. I went back the next year alone, convinced I was being ridiculous. The lake was calm, pristine. I launched at the same cabin, smoked coffee at dawn. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. I convinced myself I'd been paranoid, stressed, imagining. Then one morning, I found a single boot print pressed in the dried mud beside my boat ramp. It was huge, 12-inch long, thick tread, similar to the footprints I found the prior summer. I stared at it, took a photo, marked it. I left. Since then, I rarely fish alone at dawn anymore, and when I do, it's always somewhere crowded, near other boats. I tell friends the story, but they laugh. They say I saw some weird guy. Maybe I did. What chills me is that I think the guy, or guys, didn't want us there. They just stood, watched. Maybe pointing because we were trespassing in some old channel, some place where they were anchored to the mud. I can't say. But once you feel urgency to row away, even when nothing is chasing you, well, I call that fear. I still have the photos of the boot print. I still feel the scratch marks when I row the boat out. Every time the fog rolls in, I remember that glaze of water at dusk, the silence in the reeds, the shapes standing motionless. Maybe it was someone alive, maybe something else. I'll never fully believe I imagined it. Story the end. I was confident in my boating experience. Camping trips, weekend jaunts across the lakes, silent dawns pulling lines beneath the lapping water. I had done all that by the time I packed the boat and trailer early one July morning, ready for what I thought would be a simple, memorable fishing trip on Lake Harlow in northern Minnesota. I didn't know then it would turn into something I can't properly shake from my mind. I left the little cabin I was renting before dawn. The air still had that crispness that seems impossible in midsummer, and I watched the sun rise pink and gold as I backed the trailer onto the launch ramp. My boat was a modest aluminum fishing craft with a small outboard, enough for two, but I was going solo. I loaded it, checked the lines, loaded a sandwich, extra water, sunscreen, a handheld flashlight, and tied the cooler down. I told myself this would be the quiet morning on the water I'd been waiting for. No distractions, just me, the lake, and whatever came up on the line. I backed into the lake and launched. I let the engine idle until it warmed, then punched it forward and cut into the open water. Lake Harlow is remote. Dense woods all around, few houses near the shoreline, no big resorts, just a few scattered cabins. I cast off toward the deeper part of the lake, maybe a half-mile from the launch ramp, where I knew walleye gathered. The water was calm, mirror smooth, when I arrived. I shut off the engine and let the boat drift a little. I cast my line, watched the tip of the rod bend gently, and felt the satisfaction of that silent waiting. Time passed slowly, like it often does when you're fishing. I ignored my phone. I left it in the cooler so it wouldn't distract me, and simply listened to the forest around the lake, the occasional flap of a bird, the wind whispering across pine needles, the water gently slapping the hull. I was hours in when I noticed something odd. The water around the boat was too still. No small wakes from shifting fish, no breeze flicking the ripples, nothing. I glanced around. The sky was still clear, no clouds, but the lake looked oddly static, like it was frozen, but I knew it wasn't. I fooled myself it was just calm. I looked at the fish finder, a simple screen in front of me. It showed depth, structure, bottom contours, nothing unusual. I cast again and felt a tug. I pulled and set the hook, and the fish fought. A good one. I reeled in, and out of the water came a large northern pike, its jaws snapping, teeth glinting in the sunlight. I grinned, grabbed the net, landed the fish, measured it, took a quick photo, and released it back. The satisfaction was immense. Then I noticed the sky had shifted. Maybe an hour had gone by, but the light felt different, slightly veiled. I cast again. Then I saw something in the depth of the water, maybe 15 feet away. A shape. At first I thought it was a log. The water was clear, so I could see down maybe 10 or 12 feet. The shape was long, slender, but odd. It hovered in the greenish gloom. I looked closer. It had dark limbs, or what looked like limbs, curled around something. A body? My heart quickened. I reached for my binoculars, which were strapped to the side of the boat. I lifted them, focused. The shape was definitely not a log. I squinted in the glare. It looked like a person, or maybe a person who had been there a while. The limbs seemed stiff, maybe partly decayed, tangled in branches. I swallowed. The air in the boat felt thick. I lifted the rod and quietly powered the motor to creep over. I guess adrenaline got me. I approached slowly, half expecting the shape to drift away or dissolve. It didn't. I cut the engine when I was maybe 20 feet away. I leaned over the edge and looked down into the green gloom. A man. His clothes were old, jeans, a flannel shirt. His face was pale. The water had made his hair float wide. Branches and weeds wrapped around his arms and torso. I couldn't tell how long he'd been there. I instinctively scooted back, felt bile in my throat. My sandwich fell from my lap into the cooler. I sat still for a moment. The man wasn't moving. The sight froze me. I fished for my phone, but realized I deliberately left it in the cooler for peace. Now I regretted it. I thought of turning back to the ramp and calling 911, but something held me there. The answer to questions I had. Who was this man? How long had he been in the water? I had to get closer. I don't know why I told myself it would be okay to lean over. The side of the boat dipped a little. I steadied myself, used the net's pole to prod at the mass of limbs and weeds. The man's face shifted slightly. A small bubble of air escaped his lips. My stomach rolled. He was alive. Somehow, unbelievably, he was alive. There was terror. I shouted out, "Hey!" but the echo barely carried in the open air. I reached to the throttle, cut the engine. I leaned over again and gently pulled on his arm. His skin was cold and pale. He came up slowly, weeds trailing from him. He coughed, took a big gasp of air. I helped him into the boat. He was semi-unconscious, his clothes heavy, waterlogged. I cut the motor fully and let the boat drift. My heart was pounding like I'd just crossed the finish line of a marathon. I didn't think about the fish anymore. I thought about him. His name, he told me later after we reached shore, was Robert Miller. He had been camping near the lake, and someone reported him missing 2 days ago. He'd gone out fishing from the shore near where the trees overhung, the weeds grew thick beneath, and slipped in. No one had found his body because he drifted under limbs and sank, tangled, unable to move. He'd been submerged most of the time, but had somehow clung unconscious near the surface, lungful of air trapped in his lungs. A weird miracle. He saw my boat. That's why he thrived, or held on long enough, and I found him. We got the boat to shore, talked to park rangers, waited for EMTs. I was shaky, thinking of how my fishing trip changed in an instant. The rest of the day, I sat on the shore, detached from my normal joy. My heart kept replaying the face, the water closing around him. I felt guilty. I had taken the morning for fun, and someone could have died alone in the lake. That night I tried to sleep, but waking every hour to the same picture. The pale face floating, branches wrapped like hands. I took the next morning off fishing, but the lake looked different now. Ominous. The trees that overhung the shoreline seemed heavier, the water darker. I packed up and left weeks later, but the image stayed. That would have been enough. But there was more. Months later, I learned from local news that Robert Miller died a few weeks after rescue, not of drowning, but of complications from infection. His body had been in the water so long, bacteria had invaded both lungs and limbs. He never fully recovered. That hit me hard. I felt I had saved him, and yet he died anyway. Then I heard another story, in the same lake, same area, of a fisherman who vanished 5 years earlier, launching from the same ramp. They never found his boat, just a broken rod floating near the weeds. No body. I wondered if I'd narrowly missed him too, and I looked back to that spot in the lake, the bend of shoreline where trees fell to the water, where weeds grew thick, where the current was almost imperceptible, only enough to swirl quietly. I realized that this quiet lake had secrets, that beneath its calm surface, limbs and logs created traps, that a person struggling could be pulled down unnoticed. I didn't return to Lake Harlow that following summer. I went to other lakes, other forests, but I found myself checking the water around the boat more. If I drifted, I checked the depth, the weeds, the shadows. I never again cast where the limbs dangled overhead. I changed how I thought of fishing. It wasn't just a relaxing pastime anymore. It was nature with its serene and merciless sides. One time back at the lake, a friend of mine asked if I'd join him. I looked at the ramp, looked at the deep green water, and said no. I cursored out fake reasons: schedule, work. The real reason was fear. Not of the fish, but of the possibility. The boat might drift near that same branch-laden shoreline. A line might snag. The weeds might stretch upward. The water might trap. Under me, rods could slip. A human shape might rise. Imagine me not noticing, not reacting, and it extending into a disaster. The worst part is I still dream of it. Sometimes in the dream, I'm in the boat again, the water glass smooth. I cast, I reel in, the fish jumps, I rejoice. Then the water stills, I look down, the shape is there. The man, Robert, his face gray and watery, may be different in the dream. I lean over and slip. I fall in. The weeds wrap. I panic. I drown, slowly. I wake up gasping. Fishing had been my escape, away from city noise, the busy work week, the worries. Now it's more than that. It's respect. A reminder that nature doesn't only provide leisure, it provides danger, that the placid surface can hide death. I sometimes wonder how many others are down there in places I fish. How many limbs have entangled bodies? How many quiet waters hold secrets? I think of the launching ramp, the little distance from shore where the bottom drops, where trees lean, and the lake hushes in the morning. Years later, I returned to the ramp once, just to look. I didn't launch. I sat in the car, looked at the water. It was dawn, mist rising, the same woods, the same quiet. I felt waves of calm, then a shiver. I realized I will never fish Lake Harlow again. That place to me is changed. The memory persists. The story, my story, sits in the back of my mind. I notify anyone who will listen. When you go fishing, respect the water. The fish may tug at your line, but sometimes something else may tug at your conscience, your fear. Because in the end, it wasn't the fish, it wasn't even the man in the water, though that was the trigger. It was the reminder that I could be the one in that boat, drifting, unaware of what's beneath, how quickly things can go wrong. The boat may seem stable, the morning calm, the sun rising, but under the hull, the weeds wait, the branches stretch, the water holds its breath, and sometimes it gives up someone you find, someone you don't. So now when I cast a line, I look past the bobbing float, past the lure, past my own hopes for a catch. I look at the water, I listen, I feel the boat move, I check the sky, I check the shore, I check the weeds, I remember, and I know how fragile things are. Story the end. I first ventured to Lake Wheelock with the idea of a quiet weekend fishing trip, a little escape from the city noise in Chicago, a chance to reset before a heavy week at the office. The lake sat on state land in Minnesota, off the beaten path, a thin gravel road, dense pines on either side, all the way to the shoreline. I arrived just after lunch on a hot August afternoon, the air thick with humidity, and parked my truck in the little clearing. I stepped out, stretched my back, and breathed deeply. The lake looked calm, so calm that it almost seemed unnatural. No motorboats, the surface was mirror flat. I said a quick thanks to myself for taking the time, unloaded my gear, and walked down to the water's edge. I set up my chair, coolers, rod and reel, and cast out near a small stand of reeds a little way offshore. The sun drifting low already, but still high enough to make the phone unusable under glare, so I switched off everything and told myself it was going to be a digital-free weekend, just me and the water. As the first lines sank and the soft lapping of the lake hit the shore, I felt that familiar calm. Minutes passed. Fish nibblings here and there, nothing major, but enough to keep me patient and waiting. Late in the afternoon, a slow thunder rumbled far off, unusual for the sky that looked completely clear. I scanned the horizon. Nothing. The stillness stayed. But then I noticed something odd. The reeds I'd cast near swayed, though no breeze stirred. They bent slowly, as though something large moved underneath them. My eyes fixed on the motion. I waited, and the ripples, subtle, elongated, traveled out from the reeds. The water changed, just a little, like an exhale beneath the surface. My chest tightened. I reel in the line slowly, in case something big caught it. I pull carefully. There's tension. Not like a fish. Something heavier, moving with purpose. My heart kicks up. The rod bends, but instead of the usual fight, the line goes slack a moment, then jerks violently. I leap up and try to regain control. Then the line snaps. The reel whirs nothing. My brain races. I peer out at the reeds. They stand mist, motionless. The lake surface returns to normal. I breathe. I try to convince myself it was just some submerged log breaking away, or maybe a snapping turtle. But I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes just below, watching. Evening set in. I cooked a simple meal on a small camp stove near the shore. The forest around me went dim. The pines cast long shadows. I heard the usual outdoor night sounds, crickets, frogs, an owl somewhere. But something was off. A slow, scraping shh sound came at intervals, like something dragged along the lake bed or brushing beneath the surface toward the shore. I thought it was the reeds again. Maybe animals. But when the sound came again, I froze. It stopped right at the shoreline, then started again on the opposite bank. 2 or 3 times I heard it, always distant, always on and off. I flicked on my flashlight and shone the beam across the lake. Every ripple reflected silver. I saw a faint figure, or thought I saw it, on the far side, near the tree line, standing maybe 6 feet tall, blotched dark against the water. I blinked. It was gone. I shrugged. Maybe my mind playing tricks after being in the forest too long. That night, I slept in the back of the truck. I zipped up the sleeping bag and tried to drift off. The air cooled down rapidly. Around midnight, I jolted awake. Something banging on the side of the truck. Sharp, heavy tap, like something hitting the metal. My heart racing, I sat up. No wind, no rain. The window was closed. My headlights all off. I clicked on the interior light, looked outside. Nothing. Then tap, tap, tap again. This time right by the driver's side door. I froze. My flashlight handset lay on the seat. I scrambled, flipped it on, pointed it at the door. The beam caught nothing but leaves. The mirror reflected darkness. I paused. The banging stopped. Silence, my breathing loud in my ears. I sat there for a long time, flashlight slowly scanning, the gravel clearing, the tree line, the shore just beyond. No footsteps, no prints in the gravel. It had rained a week ago, leaves still damp. The forest still. Then I slowly climbed into the truck bed and tried to sleep on the mattress there, thinking if something tries again, I'll be elevated, safer. The next morning, I decided to pack up early and head home, but I'd committed to one more cast before leaving. I arrived at the same spot, set up the rod, and cast. The water surface had a faint mist hovering over it in the dawn light. I watched the mist drift. I didn't see reeds moving this morning. I settled in. About 45 minutes later, there was a strong tug again. I reeled in as best I could, a big fish maybe. The rod bent low, lines strained. My exhale of excitement halted when I saw the surface break about 30 feet out, not with the splash of a bass or walleye, but something long and dark, coiling. The line whipped around whatever it was, tangling. My reel screamed. I backed up, trying to stand firm. Whatever it was surfaced for a split second, then dove again, dragging me forward so hard I nearly tumbled in. I grabbed the rod with both hands, dug in, and fought. My mind racing. The weight was unimaginable. The surface rippled, drawn toward me. Then suddenly it stopped. The line went limp. I pulled gently. I got maybe 10 feet of line back. Then a massive blur surged beneath the surface, passing between me and the little island of reeds I'd been near. I caught a glimpse of something behind the blur, two glowing orbs of yellowish light deep under the surface, moving with the shape. My guts turned cold. The creature reared, twisting, and the water roiled. The rod slammed down. I lost hold. It rolled over and plunged the reel into the lake. I stared at the spot, silent, the creature gone. My mind screamed, "Get out." I reeled in what line remained, pushed gear into the truck, threw the rods in, started the engine, and left, tires crunching gravel as fast as I dare, blood pounding. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, under streetlights, safe. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the image. I tried to rationalize, maybe a snapping turtle the size of a kayak, but the glowing eyes, the speed, the power, all wrong. I told myself I wouldn't go back. A year passed. My job changed. I found myself restless. One Friday, I decided to return to the lake. Call it closure. I loaded up again, but this time I invited a buddy, Tom, someone who fishes as much as I do. I told him about the snapping moment, and he said, "Let's go find out what it was." Reluctantly, I agreed. We arrived midday, bright sun, calm waters. Tom rigged his rod on the small boat he borrowed. We launched from the shallow ramp and floated to a spot near the reeds I first saw. I felt that familiar dip in my stomach. We cast. Hours passed. Tom caught a nice trout. I got nothing. But then Tom called out, "Hey, look at that!" He pointed to the island of reeds. I turned. The reeds parted slightly as though forced from underneath. A wake spread slowly to our boat. Tom, curious, leaned forward. I stepped back. Then the boat rocked. I looked down and saw something huge, dark, passing beneath, the depth too murky to see details. The boat jolted. Neither of us said anything. The wake moved off. The reeds shifted back. We decided to drop anchor a little further from shore in deeper water and fish in the early evening. The sun dipped low. While Tom tied on a new lure, I stared at the opposite bank. There, among the trees, I thought I saw someone standing. A thin figure in a long dark coat, no hat, unmoving. The figure held something. Maybe a lantern? I couldn't tell. I whispered to Tom. He didn't see it, but when I pointed, the figure seemed to vanish. Darkness approached. We decided to call it. On the way back to the ramp, the engine spluttered, then cut off. We drifted silently. Tom tried the pull cord again and again. Nothing. I saw that figure on the shore, now 5 feet away from the lake's edge, standing with arms crossed, watching us. The boat drifted toward him. The water was glass, the oar dipped and pulled us. Tom fumbled. I reached for a paddle, the figure still standing there. Then the engine coughed up and came alive again. The figure vanished. We got back to shore, beached the boat, and immediately packed up. Tom's face pale. I don't think he believed me until that moment. We left fast. When I got home, I found 2 scrape marks on the boat's hull under the waterline, long, parallel grooves. Neither of us could explain them. Then I stopped going. I didn't tell many people about what I saw because I figured I might look crazy, but the fear stayed with me. Every time I close my eyes, I see those glowing eyes under the water, reflexive. That cold drag on the rod, the silence after. Last summer, I got a call from Tom. He sounded shaken. He said his younger brother, Mark, wanted to take up fishing and asked about returning to Lake Wheelock. Tom said no, but Mark insisted. Tom ended up going anyway, not telling me. They went, launched early morning. Mark was standing on the shore, casting near the reeds. Tom sat in the boat behind him. Suddenly Mark's line went tight. They both thought he snagged something. But this pull was different. It yanked him a little, pulled him forward. Mark steadied himself. Then he lost the rod. It shot out over the water into the reeds. He lunged. The rod tip broke and splashed in. Then the reeds parted like curtains and a hand emerged from beneath, pale, slimy, thick with algae, huge. Another hand grabbed the rod handle underwater and dragged it further in. Mark screamed. Tom jumped in the water to try to grab the rod, but the shape beneath pushed him away. The surface erupted at the bank. Something wet, dark, maybe 2 meters long, broke the surface, then sank again. The boat rocked. Mark stumbled back onto shore, soaked. They hurried back to the truck. The rod was gone. The handle visible only briefly as something weighed it down. Mark drove the truck while Tom hung back, silent. They didn't say much until an hour out when Mark blurted, "You saw it too, right?" Tom nodded. Then Mark said, "There were red lines on its arms, like veins, but everywhere. The eyes were white." Tom turned off the truck radio. "I didn't see the whole thing clear," he said softly. "Just enough." Mark has refused to go fishing since. Tom's brother won't speak of it. Tom tried to go back last weekend without Mark, but something stopped him at the highway exit. He turned around. He says the air felt heavy, like static on the skin, and his hands shook. So here I am, back in the city, knowing I will never return. I still fish on the local rivers, safe, but on quiet nights, I picture the lake. That flat mirror surface, reed still, a ripple that starts where there should be none, an arm reaching out, groping. The idea that I might have been alone with that thing on my first trip haunts me. The compulsion to go back and catch it died the moment I saw those yellow eyes. I know better now. Last month I received a message from a hiker in that forest region. He said he found a board nailed to a tree near the gravel road. "Do not return to the water at dusk." No signature, just black letters on white board, nailed high. I looked up the road, no other signs. I can't verify if it was official or some prank, but the knot in my stomach told me it was possible someone else saw the same thing, or at least sensed something. I'm writing this now because I want anyone else with a love of fishing to consider. Not everywhere is peaceful. Not every lake is just fish and quiet woods. Some waters hold far more than bass and pike. Some hold watchers. One evening last month I dreamed of that lake. I was standing at the shore, my rod in hand, the air so still I could hear my own breath. Then the reeds bent, the water opened, and that darkness slithered out. It curled around the rod. It looked at me. Its eyes glowed. I tried to pull away. The reel whined. I woke up. I gasped. I still feel its weight in the dream. I won't return to Lake Wheelock. I don't need the proof anymore. I already know. Story. The end. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves as Tom Henderson maneuvered his old aluminum boat into the narrow channel that cut through the dense swampland. He had been coming to these waters since he was a teenager, back when his father would drag him out at dawn, insisting the early bird caught the best catfish. Now, in his mid-30s, Tom was chasing a memory more than fish, a nostalgia for simpler times. He had invited his friend Matt along, hoping that shared solitude on the water could offer some sort of reprieve from the stress of their jobs back in Baton Rouge. The sky was a dull gray, and the sun struggled to pierce through a ceiling of clouds. Matt, a city guy through and through, shivered and adjusted his hoodie. "Man, this place feels off," he muttered. Tom grinned, trying to brush off the uneasy sensation creeping into his chest. "Relax, it's just swamp morning. Smells like the water's decaying, that's all. Nothing alive's gonna jump out at us." They drifted quietly, casting lines and waiting. The first few hours were calm, filled with the occasional tug of catfish and the low hum of insects. Matt tried to make conversation, but Tom was distracted. Every now and then he thought he saw movement just beyond the tree line, shadows too quick, too fluid to be birds. By late morning, the clouds thickened and a faint drizzle began to fall. Tom and Matt pulled their rain jackets tighter, and the water started to take on an oily, reflective sheen. Tom's line jerked violently, snapping him out of his uneasy thoughts. "Got something!" he shouted, reeling furiously. Matt leaned over, trying to help guide the line, but whatever was on the hook was strong, far stronger than a catfish should be. The rod bent at a terrifying angle, groaning under pressure. Tom felt the strain in his arms, the adrenaline pumping. Finally, with one final heave, he pulled the creature into the boat. It wasn't a fish. Not really, at least not any fish either of them had seen before. Its skin was pale and slick, like it had been coated in slime, and its eyes were an unsettling yellow. It flopped violently, emitting a sound like a high-pitched scream muffled by water. Tom stumbled back, nearly falling overboard. "Holy hell," Matt whispered, voice trembling. "What? What is that?" Before Tom could answer, the thing's tail lashed again. The boat rocked violently, tipping slightly. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. And then it let out a sound, human almost, a choking gurgle, like it was trying to speak. Tom and Matt scrambled, and in the chaos, the creature twisted free from the hook and flopped back into the murky water with a splash that seemed unnaturally loud. The silence that followed was deafening, except for the drizzle on the boat and the low hum of insects. Tom's heart pounded, every instinct screaming that they needed to get out immediately. They tried to row back toward the main river, but the channel seemed longer, narrower, as if the swamp itself had shifted. Mist began to rise from the water, curling around the cypress knees like grasping hands. Tom's grip on the oars tightened. Matt clung to the side of the boat, pale and shivering. Suddenly, the water around the boat churned. Shapes, dark and elongated, surfaced and dove again, never fully revealing themselves, but enough to make the hair on Tom's neck stand on end. They were watching. "Row faster!" Tom shouted, panic finally breaking his voice. But the boat felt heavy, sluggish, as if something below was dragging at it. Every stroke was a battle, every movement resisted by some unseen force. Matt's face was pale, eyes wide. "I think they don't want us leaving," he said, voice barely a whisper. The sky darkened unnaturally, even though it was still morning. The mist thickened, wrapping around them, and suddenly they weren't just lost in a swamp. They were somewhere else entirely. The familiar landmarks they had used for years were gone. The cypress trees seemed taller, their roots forming impossible arches over the water. Then came the sounds, low, guttural moans interspersed with what sounded like whispering. Tom's hands trembled as he gripped the oars. It's okay, just keep rowing," he muttered, though even to his own ears it sounded hollow. A shape emerged from the mist, massive, serpentine, and grotesque. Its eyes glowed in the gray light, and its mouth opened in a silent scream, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The creature moved with terrifying speed, circling the boat. Matt let out a scream and fell backward, hitting the side. Tom reached for him, but the creature lunged and the boat rocked violently. Water sloshed over the sides, soaking them both. Then it was gone. The mist cleared slightly, and for a heartbeat they thought they were alone. But when Tom glanced over the side, dozens of pale hands, thin and elongated, were reaching up from the water. They weren't human hands, not entirely. The skin seemed wrong, translucent in a way that made the bones beneath visible. They clutched at the boat, trying to drag it under. "Hold on," Tom shouted, gripping Matt's arm and pulling him toward the oars. They fought their way through the grasping hands, each stroke exhausting them. The channel twisted, and every turn brought more of the grotesque figures, lurking just below the surface, their eyes reflecting a cold, inhuman intelligence. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. Their muscles burned, lungs screamed for air, and yet they couldn't escape. Every familiar landmark turned alien. Tom began to suspect that the swamp itself was alive, feeding on fear, twisting reality to trap them. At some point, they hit a wider stretch of water. Tom's arms ached to the point of numbness, but there, in the gray distance, he thought he saw the outline of the main river. Hope surged. He paddled with every ounce of strength left, dragging Matt behind him. As they neared the river, the mist lifted just enough to show the bank, but it wasn't normal. The trees were gnarled, leaves blackened. The water was thick, almost syrupy. Then, on the far bank, a figure emerged. A man, pale, wet, and impossibly thin. He raised a hand, beckoning. Tom froze. Something in the way the figure moved, jerky, unnatural, set his instincts screaming. Don't go near him," he shouted. But Matt, delirious with exhaustion and fear, leaned toward the shore, calling the figure a savior. We're saved! Before Tom could stop him, Matt reached the edge of the water. The figure lunged with unnatural speed. Matt screamed, a sound that tore through the mist, then silence. Tom's heart seized. He screamed for his friend, but there was no response. The figure turned toward him, mouth opening impossibly wide. Then the water itself erupted. Shapes rose, writhing, and Tom realized he was alone. The oars slipped from his hands. The boat drifted. He didn't know how long he floated or how far. At some point, the sun broke through the clouds, and he found himself near a dock he recognized, the one where he had launched that morning. Nothing had changed, yet everything had. He stumbled ashore, soaked, trembling. People were nearby, laughing and fishing, completely unaware of the horrors lurking just beyond the tree line. Tom tried to speak, to warn them, but no words came. He never saw Matt again. Search parties found nothing, not even a trace of the boat beyond where Tom had beached it. The local authorities assumed an accident, perhaps Matt slipping into the swamp. Tom didn't argue. He knew better. He stopped fishing, couldn't go near water again without feeling eyes on him, could feel the slime beneath the surface, the hands reaching, the whispers. He tried therapy, medication, anything to dull the images, but the nightmares were relentless. Every time he closed his eyes, the swamp returned. Years later, Tom still drives past that channel, though he never stops. He hears the stories, fishermen disappearing, strange sightings, nightmares shared in hushed tones. Every time, a shiver runs down his spine, and he knows it's true. Whatever is down there isn't just a creature. It's the swamp itself, ancient, patient, and hungry for those who dare disturb it. He dreams of Matt sometimes, reaching for him from the water, pleading silently, eyes wide with terror. And in those dreams, Tom knows he can never save him, never return to that place without paying a price. The swamp waits, always. Story the end. I remembered the first time I ever felt two things at once. A surge of triumph and a drop of dread, both coiling in the same moment. It was August, the kind of late summer evening in rural Wisconsin where the air sticks heavy with lake-blessed humidity and the scent of pine lingers like a promise. We'd been fishing all day on Lake Mendota, me and two buddies from college, Lucas and Ben. The lake's gentle waves glimmered under the gold-shifting sun as our boat drifted near an old no-wake zone where the reeds grow thick and the fish, bass, pike, whatever bites best, like to hide. We set up just past a submerged old dock, one of those ghostly things, broken planks, weathered pilings, snake-like sloughs of weed where fish and something else might hide. Ben said he heard stories of fishermen's gear vanishing in that spot. Lucas laughed it off. I shrugged. We weren't superstitious. We were just hungry for a big catch. Beer in coolers, laughter bouncing off water and sky. Ben cast his line first. I rigged a soft plastic creature bait, cast out. Lucas was using a crankbait. Everything seemed normal. Lazy afternoon turned into early evening. The sun dipped. Shadows grew long. A lone loon called somewhere far off. At a distance, the sky blushed pink. Then I felt a knock. My rod bent violently. The line zipped off. My heart jumped. Got a monster, I yelled, trying to keep my voice level. Lucas and Ben got excited. The kind of shout that means, holy, this might be big. I wrestled the rod and pulled back hard. For minutes, the beast beneath the surface tugged, panting resistance. I sweated. I braced. Eventually I saw it, a big old northern pike, close to 4 feet. It flashed silver green, its head breaking the water. I worked it slowly, talking to it, joking with Lucas and Ben to keep them hyped, laughing as if the lake owned us right then. But then it stopped. Totally. The tip of my rod vibrated, sucked down low. I lunged to lift it, and caught nothing. The bait was gone. The lure vanished. My stomach sank. How? The knot was solid. The rigging was fine. Yet. Gone. No trace of splash, no flick of tail, no line slack. Just dead calm. My friends looked at me. Weird, Lucas said. Did you feel something else? I said, a drop. And I meant it. Not the drop of the bait disappearing the vat, but a drop in the air, in the very energy around us. Like we'd crossed a threshold. Ben frowned. Let's move, he said. So we motored the little boat further into the trunks of an old flooded cedar grove near the shore, trees half submerged, branches spidery against the cloudy sky. We anchored. The water was blacker in that zone, fish like the cover. We pulled out headlamps and started fresh. The sun was gone, dusk deepened to full evening, the air cooling. A breeze stirred, carrying the echo of insect wings and something we couldn't pinpoint. Lucas said, it's like something's watching. I nodded, trying to not buy into it. Shortly, we had lines in again. I felt another strike, hard and sudden. I fought it, and again finally saw the fish glinting silver. I got it close, closing in, laughing, adrenaline pumping. But just as I reached to net it, the fish jerked one last time, and my rod snapped. Crack. The upper section splintered. Line went loose. The fish vanished. I stared at the broken rod tip pointing across the water. Ben and Lucas broke out into curses and sympathetic groans. What the hell? Lucas said. Seriously. That's when we heard the tone. A low hum, or maybe a whisper. From beneath the water or behind us, I couldn't tell. The boat rocked slightly, though there was no wind. A shiver went through me. Ben stood up to shine a flashlight outward, across the murky water. The beam caught nothing, just reflections of floating leaves and submerged trunks. Then the hum again, deeper, like metal grinding softly far under the black surface. Ben froze. "I'm done," he said quietly. "Let's go." But Lucas said, "Not yet. We'll hit one more spot." His voice carried bravado, but I saw him glancing over his shoulder at the water. I didn't speak. I wanted to leave, but pride and the push for the bigger fish kept me planted. We drifted again, lines in. I cast near a tall submerged stump. The water was thick, dark. My lure hung still. I waited. Then suddenly my line sank, straight down, no twitch. Straight down. I yanked, nothing. I reeled in, nothing attached, no lure. Again I'd lost gear. 2 strikes, 2 losses. My palms felt cold. Lucas, in the meantime, let out a shout, "Fish on!" He battled something heavy. The rod arched. But as he pulled, the water erupted, something big, not fish big maybe, but large enough to knock the boat. We all braced. The boat listed a little. The lines tangled. Then the darkness opened up. Something surfaced near the boat, blurry, wet, dark. Not a fish exactly, maybe an old waterlogged log with snake-like movement. Ben screamed. I jumped backward. Lucas fell toward the bow. The boat rocked violently. I grabbed the side chair. The creature, or whatever it was, drifted past the stern. Gray-white skin, weird weave of slime and bark, an earless head maybe, eyes just pits of black. I could swear it looked at me. The silence that followed cut deeper than the shock. The creature vanished into the black. We sat frozen. Then Ben revved the engine. We shot toward shore, leaving lines and lures and the quiet menace behind. When we ran into the public ramp, lights flickering on the shore, some fishermen were sitting by their trucks. We didn't talk. We unloaded. I packed gear, avoiding glances. Lake water dripping off the hull. The night was full dark now. Insects buzzing, the forest silent. In the car ride home, I couldn't stop sweating. My mind raced with what I'd seen. We went our separate ways that night. I drove, thought about the boat, the hum, the shape, the eyes. Never told many people. Sound crazy. Weeks later, I met with Lucas and Ben to go again. I was hesitant, but pulled in. We launched in daylight this time. Same general area. I hadn't really believed the underwater thing, but now I couldn't forget it either. Mid-afternoon, Lucas hooked a monster. Shout, wrestling battle. He reeled, sweat on his brow. He got something into the net, but when he brought it into the boat, we both gasped. It was a fish, yeah, but grotesque. A pike-like creature, its body swollen, skin patchy, bulges under the fins, eyes milky and cloudy. The mouth looked stretched. We stared. Lucas lifted it gingerly. "Weird disease," he muttered. I snapped photos, but the fish died before we got to shore. We disposed of it. My stomach churned. What had we pulled up? There was no sign of it in the usual pike guides. Later, I looked up local legend. I found old newspaper clippings about drownings in that lake decades ago. Some talk of the cedar stump swamp, fishermen losing lures, sometimes boats dragged under, a few anonymous accounts of shadowy shapes underwater. Nothing official, just local myth. Grown-ups telling kids to beware that patch of lake where things don't like being disturbed. I thought, maybe coincidence. Maybe my rod broke because I'd used cheap rod. Maybe fish got off. But I can't undo that night. The hum, the surfacing figure, the prey we couldn't see. A month passed. I kept having dreams. I was fishing alone, the lake glass flat, everything calm. Then the depth below me turned black, deeper than night. The boat drifted, and the hum started again, soft, unearthly. The surface broke, and something moved. I would wake up sweating. And I started seeing images when my eyes closed, the milky fish, the eyes of the thing near the boat, the dark hum. Ben said he stopped wanting to go with us. I don't feel right about that place, he told us. Lucas shrugged and said he wanted one more shot. I wasn't sure. Part of me still wanted to prove it was fish hunt, normal. But part of me didn't want to go back. We went again late September. Weather chill creeping in. Water colder, the reeds dying back, the air crisp. We motored to the cedar tree area again. Overcast. Wind grabbing bits of mist off the water. I felt it before dropping anchor. Same small lull in the energy, like a heartbeat paused. We started fishing. Lines out. I stayed quiet. Lucas got a fish jump and then line vanished. Rod pulled hard down and lost. I shouted lose and reeled in slack. He cursed again. I said nothing. I watched the reed lines sway and the mist swirl. The boat seemed to drift of its own will. Then I saw something in the water, a shadow shape, large. I pointed. Ben looked. Lucas looked. The shadow moved under the boat, and the water rippled in a pattern like fingertips drawing out. The engine was off, the lake silent. I felt the boat jerk. We didn't speak. I grabbed the flashlight, shined the beam into the water. Greenish glow, the reeds parting. For a second, I thought I saw the creature's face, elongated blank eyes, except the eyes weren't blank. They were active. Alive. I gasped, and the beam flickered off. On the surface, nothing. The water painted black and glossy. My mouth felt dry. Lucas whispered, "We need to leave." I fumbled with the keys. The engine started rough. We dragged anchor away. The shadow followed us for a moment, just under the surface, just off the stern. I saw it move, slow and direct, not fleeing but accompanying. When we were back near shore, close to docked boats, I dared to turn around. The water at the boat's wake rippled, but then calmed. Nothing. The flashlight beam cutting across water caught only disturbed water and floating bits of leaves. We didn't say much. Mounted the boat on the trailer, loaded gear, my hands shaking. The trailer rattled as we left the boat ramp. That night I got a call from Ben. He was trembling. "I feel like something touched me last night in my bed," he said. "A pressure on my chest. I woke up early, drenched. I don't want to go back." His voice cracked. We stopped fishing together after that. I tried to rationalize. Maybe I was exhausted. Maybe fish were unusually heavy and gear flawed. But the shadow, the hum, they didn't reconcile. Over the next weeks, I cleaned the boat and stored it. I found one of my lures had vanished, just gone from the tackle box. I searched everywhere. I blamed myself for being careless, but it felt like something took it. One night I dreamed again. In the dream, the lake was still, the moon high and cold. I was fishing alone, my line cast. Then the water erupted, the boat rocked, clouds of black mud stirred under the hull, the hum came. The creature surfaced beside me, closer than ever. I froze. Then the figure opened its mouth wide. No, not mouth exactly, more like a crack in its skin. And from it came a sound, a sigh, a release, and the water swallowed me. I snapped awake, heart racing. I told Lucas, and then later he told me he'd started hearing weird sounds at home, scratching in his walls, his dog barking at nothing. Ben said the same, his cat staring at corners, twitching. Whether coincidence or linked to that night, I don't know. Eventually, I sold the boat. I told the buyer, good condition. Didn't mention the legend, didn't tell him where we fished. I needed to move on. But I still go out to lakes sometimes, fish especially early morning, in daylight. I'll stay away from dark water near swamps and submerged forests. I'll avoid spots where gear disappears or something feels wrong. Recently, I heard that locals near Lake Mendota refer to the Cedar Ridge Channel, just that part of the lake, as the hush spot. Not a marketing name, just local whisper. People sink night lines there, lose gear. Old-timers say to respect the water, let it be. I thought I was just chasing fish, but I found something else. Something old. Something watery and deep and not concerned with fishermen's bragging rights. I almost looked at it. I almost touched it. When I'm alone by the water now, I find myself glancing into the dark edges of the lake, the places where light doesn't reach, and I listen, just in case I hear the hum again, quiet, far below. Story. The end. Jack never figured it would end like that. He'd been chasing walleye for years on Lake Monroe in southern Indiana, so when I asked if he was up for one last trip before the ice set in, he didn't hesitate. We loaded his old used boat, 35 horsepower Mercury, leached and patched, and pushed off before dawn. Gray skies, the kind of light you only get in late October. Silence followed us across the glassy water, the kind of silence that hovers just before something moves. We found our usual spot near those sunken timber piles just off the old gravel bar. Jack dropped 2 flicker lights down deep, and I anchored off the stern, lines out, coffee steaming in paper cups. At first, everything seemed normal. The jolts of lines, the light throb of the sonar, the crisp cold air that pinched our faces. We didn't talk much. There was no need. The rhythm of fish, motor, water, boat, coffee, comforting. Then the strangest thing happened. My flicker light line went taut and stayed there. I reeled down slowly, nothing. Then the sonar popped, a large target, measured and unmoving. I raised the rod. The tip trembled, but there was no splash, no fight. Something heavy. Then the heavy tug. I pulled and got a rush of cold water. Then the line popped. The light drowned. I lost the light, the line, the weight. I stared at the screen. Whatever it was, it descended like a submarine. Jack glanced at me, brows knitted. You good? He said. I nodded, but my stomach twisted. I felt like something was watching from below. I shook it off, probably a snag, a log. Happens in timber piles. We tried again. The light still held two lines. Mine was 15 feet down, Jack's maybe 12. We hovered quietly. The sun peered through clouds. By 10 a.m., Jack's light got slammed. He shouted, reeled hard, then slack. The fish didn't fight, it just ripped line. He brought up only the lure, a spinner cut clean, no fish. Just a clean bite. What the hell, he muttered. We exchanged glances. That hadn't happened before. We decided to move shallow, closer to the bar, under 18 feet. There, I set a live minnow on a jig, hoping for non-walleye fish, maybe some bass. It was midday, the water had warmed a hair, and the light angle changed. Things felt off. The fish finder showed something, a long shape hovering just above the bottom, perhaps 5 feet wide, maybe 15 feet long. I pointed it out. Jack leaned over, squinting. That's huge, he said. We moved the boat so our lines hovered over that shape. I lowered the minnow slowly. It hit the bottom. The shape stirred, no flicker light yet. Then my rod jerked violently. I yanked. The boat lurched. The shape below surged. I realized the weight on the line was beyond any fish I'd caught, maybe 100 pounds. I screamed for Jack. He reached over, grabbed the rod, but couldn't stop the pull. It took line after line, dragging us toward the bar's edge where the gravel dropped away. Jack killed the motor, panic in his eyes. The boat drifted. My heart thundered. I tried to free the line, but the hook was set deep. The thing below was working its way downward toward deeper water. Then the line barfed across the rod tip, spun. The silent boat jolted. The weight liberated itself. The rod catapulted from my hands. The line whipped into the water. The minnow and jig sailed free. Silence engulfed us again. Jack and I sat flabbergasted. I blinked. The display on the fish finder? Nothing, just the bottom gradient. No shape. The sun broke through a cloud for a second, sending a glare across the water's surface, showing ripple where there had been none. I shivered. Maybe we snagged. I started. Don't want to be here any longer than necessary, Jack said flatly. We reeled in the remaining lines, moved the boat. By afternoon, we landed one walleye between us, nothing extraordinary. The day was drawing on, cold creeping in, yet I couldn't shake that the encounter wasn't fish. Something else. Something deep. As we pulled into the ramp, the sun was setting, orange and gray mix, the low clouds thick. The air smelled of decaying leaves and cold damp. I loaded my stuff, Jack his gear. We drove off in silence until we hit the first hill outside the lake. Then I said, what if that thing's not gone? Jack didn't respond. He let a long silence hang. Then he said, don't tell anyone. I agreed. Weeks passed. I couldn't fish. My dreams filled with black water, shapes sliding, the boat tilting. The water would turn still and the shape would ascend. I awoke gasping. I kept telling myself it was just adrenaline, imagination. Then one evening I spoke with my neighbor, an older man named Pete, who fished Lake Monroe for 50 years. I described the shape. He listened quietly. Then he said his father had told him stories of drowned loggers in the 1800s who cut trees and sleepers, and of a large bulge in that part of the lake where stuff slid in. People say there are caves under the lake bed there, he said. Collapse zones. Things fall. Timber, logs, maybe bigger. Doesn't make it friendly down there. I went back one night before ice, alone this time, just to look. The boat floated quietly in the moonlit water. I used a light to scan the bottom where the shape had been. The water was black below me, thick with sediment. I shone the light and caught a flank. Something moved. A curved metal bar, maybe from a logging cart. Then some strange color. A piece of old logging cable, coiled and rusted. I shined further. Then I pulled back in alarm. The bottom opened slightly, like a fissure. Sediment flowed. For a heartbeat, I looked into darkness beyond the light beam, and I swear, a large shape slipped by outside my beam. I revved the motor and pushed away, my skin except for goose flesh. The next day, I told Jack. He didn't want to hear it. He said I was messing with my head. I insisted we finish the season, then quit. He said yes, but I sensed he was uneasy. On the final day, a crisp morning with frost on the boat edges, we were back at the timber piles near where the bar began to drop off. The air was still. We fished quietly until midday. Then Jack's flicker light line went entirely slack. He reeled. Nothing. Then the sonar beeped, a massive target. He grabbed the rod. Instantly, the rod bent as though someone pulled with a wrecking crane. He shouted. I braced. The boat tilted sideways. The water surged under the hull. He reeled and reeled. The motor revved, but the line held. Then, a splash. Something broke the surface. Large, dark, wet, massive. The thing dragged the boat toward deeper water. I fought the wheel, cut the engine, reached for the anchor. It hit deep water fast. I flung the anchor, rope snarled. The boat jerked. The anchor chains snapped. We were adrift. The water around us bubbled. The fish finder screen flickered. The target disappeared. A chill wind rose, slicing across the water. Jack screamed. This thing was pulling the whole boat. The sun broke through clouds, and for a second I saw, just for a second, the creature's back. Rough, dark, maybe 15 feet long, maybe more. Not a fish, not a log, something alive. Then the line slacked. The thing relaxed and dropped down. The boat stabilized. We sat, shaking, hearts pounding, trying to breathe. I pulled in as best I could, barely got the lure. The line was stretched, frayed, the lure twisted into a bent shape. We pulled up the anchor, motored shallow, anchored again. No more lines out. We packed in silence. When we reached the ramp, nobody else was there. Everyone was winding up early. We loaded without speaking. I started the truck to tow the boat. Jack walked ahead, paused, turned. One more thing, he said. I saw something on the screen after you stopped the engine. His voice shook. It looked like a face. Eye socket, big teeth. I stepped closer. Hat shadowed. He nodded. Right before it dropped, the sonar returned to that spot, and there was something stationary again, like it was holding its position, watching us. My blood ran cold. I said nothing. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing water slosh, boat floorboards creak, deep, heavy breathing, something near the hull. I got up to get water. I heard the floor creak behind me. I froze. Nothing. I breathed. I turned, saw nothing by the door. I shook my head and went back to bed. But I lay with eyes open until dawn. We didn't talk about it for months. Jack stopped fishing the big lake. He caught small stuff from shore. I avoided deep drop-offs. Eventually I told my wife. She said I needed to let it go. I tried. But whenever I drive past Lake Monroe on the highway, my stomach flips. Then a letter arrived. No return address. Inside, a black and white photograph, curled at the edges. It showed the back of our boat, anchored near the bar, lines out, dawn light. Around the hull, dark ripples in the water, almost like someone underwater, moving slowly outward. Beneath the boat, you could see half of an enormous dark shape, darker than the water, tapering into shadows. On the back of the photo, in neat typed letters, next time you leave a bait down, it may be me. Jack got the letter too. We called each other. Our voices shook. We looked at that photo again and again. Could someone have taken a picture? From the air? Unlikely. From another boat? We'd seen no one. The anonymity, the message, the timing, it changed things. We reported it to the county sheriff. They accepted the letter but said there was nothing they could do. Looks like a joke, they said. I nodded, but inside I knew. Winter came. The lake froze. Fishermen stayed off it. When spring arrived and the ice melted, I watched the surface for weeks. I studied the spot where we dropped the minnow, where the anchor dragged us. I marked a floater buoy there. One afternoon I drifted by in a small kayak, dropped a camera down 20 feet, nothing but muck. I pulled it back. On the screen there was nothing but murky gray, then a flick. I tossed it into my gear bag and paddled away quickly. On the return ride I found the buoy gone, the line gone, just open water. My breath trembled. That summer Jack invited me for a weekend back on the lake, but not the deep timber piles. Shallow water, perch and bass, safe stuff. I went. At dusk, we had our lines out. I looked up at the hillside across the lake, the old logging scars through the steep bank. Wind rolled in. The water grew wavy. Then from the depths, a thump. The boat rocked softly. I thought maybe a muskie jumped and landed nearby. But then I saw in the water near the transom surface swirls like long arms. They circled. I called to Jack. He turned. We watched. Two long shapes emerged from below, barely breaking the surface, long and dark, maybe 12 to 15 feet each. They swam side by side in shallow water, then turned and dove under and vanished. No splash, just disappeared. Our lines still sagged. We didn't move. We waited until pitch dark. Then we pulled in and left immediately. Later, I looked at old records. I found mention of an old shallow mine, a limestone quarry that the logging company used in the 1920s. with heavy equipment and mine shafts near the bottom of the lake where the gravel bar has its drop-off. No human casualties recorded lately, but fragments of cable, iron rails, heavy machinery. And local lore, swimmers reported something large in that zone, but nothing confirmed. A few weeks ago, I received another photograph, this time mailed anonymously to my home address. It showed the same boat, same two men, Jack and me, but the image was taken underwater, green-tinted water, capturing Jack's figure in the stern, lines out, and in the murky background, behind him, something huge, immobile, visible through the green haze. A massive jaw, parted, an eye stare, scales maybe. The caption printed at the bottom, "Watch the line go down." My throat tightened. I didn't know what to do. Jack got the photo too. He's refusing to talk about the lake now. He's sold the boat. I still keep mine in storage. I haven't been back to that spot, but I can't forget the shape. Something ancient, something hidden in the drop-off. Something big. I lie awake at night, hearing the thump of something against the hull or thinking I do. I feel the wake of its passing just after I drop bait. I still fish in smaller lakes now, but every so often, when the sun angle is just right and the fog thins over the water in early morning, I remember. I remember how the sonar showed a giant mass, how the line screamed and dragged us, how the photograph arrived, how the shape surfaced. I wonder whether it's intelligent, whether it sets lines on purpose, whether the wires and cables and rails down there attach to its lair, and I wonder how many don't come back because they go in deeper, where the slope drops and that thing glides with ease, unseen. That last day on Lake Monroe ended for us before dark, but for it, maybe it began. We delivered the gear, loaded the truck, waited for the sun to set. We were safe, we thought. But that photo proved we weren't. I don't know if I'll ever return to that drop-off. And I don't know if I ever want to. But some mornings I still feel the line tug lightly when I cast, and I still glance over my shoulder at the water, thinking maybe, just maybe, it's watching. Story the end. The lake had been quiet for decades, or at least that's what the locals said. But everyone in the small town of Brackenridge, Wisconsin, knew better. Old-timers told stories about the people who had vanished near the lake, fishermen who never returned, campers who woke to the sound of water slapping against their tents but found nothing there, and strange figures glimpsed just beneath the surface. Most dismissed these as drunken tales, exaggerations, or the fog playing tricks. But for Kyle and his cousin Ryan, it was going to be more than a story. They arrived just before dawn, the pickup truck rattling over the dirt road leading to the public boat launch. Kyle's breath came out in misty clouds, mixing with the low-hanging fog over the water. Ryan was in the back, untangling fishing lines, mumbling complaints about the cold. They'd driven over 3 hours from Milwaukee, determined to fish the lake that locals whispered about, but few actually visited. The boat was an old fiberglass thing, scratched and weathered from years of neglect. Kyle gave it a push, and it rocked slightly before settling. The water was still, mirror-like, reflecting the skeletal trees on the far shore. They cast their lines and waited, the motor cut off, letting the boat drift with the gentle current. Hours passed with nothing. Kyle noticed the lake was unusually silent, almost too silent. Usually there'd be birds or the distant splash of a fish jumping. Today, the only sounds were the faint lapping of water against the boat and the occasional rustle of leaves. He shivered and tried to ignore it, focusing on the slow, hypnotic movement of his lure in the water. Then Ryan's line jerked violently. "Got one!" he shouted, leaning back to fight the fish. Kyle watched as Ryan struggled, the rod bending sharply. But the fish, or whatever it was, wasn't normal. It pulled with unnatural strength, dragging the boat slightly as if it were anchored to the bottom of the lake. Kyle grabbed a second rod, trying to help, but the pull was relentless. Suddenly, Ryan screamed. Kyle turned just in time to see something huge break the surface. It wasn't a fish. It was a shape, gray and slick, with glimmering black eyes. Its body was long, serpentine, writhing in ways that no normal animal could move. The lure was caught in its jagged mouth. Kyle panicked, gunning the outboard motor, but the creature followed effortlessly, slicing through the water as if it were swimming in syrup. Ryan tried to paddle with a hand, but the creature lashed toward him, grabbing the rod and yanking it into the depths. The water around the boat churned, white froth forming as the monster disappeared beneath the surface. They drifted for a few seconds, frozen in terror. Kyle noticed something strange. The water near the boat seemed darker, thicker, almost like ink, and it carried a faint metallic smell. He looked around frantically and saw ripples forming in a perfect circle around them, growing larger, closing in. The next hour, or maybe it was minutes, time seemed warped, was a blur of panic. The creature would appear just beneath the surface and vanish before they could get a clear look. Each time the boat rocked violently, as if something immense were trying to overturn it. Kyle shouted for Ryan to grab the oars, and together they rowed blindly toward the shore, muscles burning, lungs on fire. When they finally reached shallow water, the creature was gone. Only the ripples remained, spreading slowly over the lake's surface. Both were shaking, drenched in cold sweat and lake water, hearts hammering. Kyle realized something was missing. Ryan's tackle box, full of expensive lures, had vanished. But more importantly, the lure that had hooked the creature was gone too. They didn't speak on the ride back. The truck's heater hummed, but it did little to warm the icy fear gripping them. Kyle tried to laugh it off, calling it a fluke, a strange fish. Ryan didn't respond. He kept glancing in the rearview mirror as if expecting to see something following. Over the next few weeks, Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that the lake was watching him. Every time it rained, he imagined ripples forming patterns across puddles. Every stormy night, he swore he heard splashing outside his window. Ryan stopped going fishing altogether, refusing even to speak about what had happened. One evening, Kyle received a call from a friend who was a wildlife researcher. "Hey, have you heard about the guys who disappeared on Brackenridge Lake?" the friend asked casually. Kyle felt his stomach drop. "What do you mean?" he asked. "They were up near the northern cove," the friend continued. "Two fishermen went missing early this week. No signs of struggle, no boat, no body, just gone. Water's been calm since, no clue. Haven't found anything." Kyle's hand shook as he hung up. He knew the northern cove. That was the same area he and Ryan had fished. He thought about the creature, about how it had followed them effortlessly, how it had disappeared into the depths without a trace. The thought of the fishermen still trapped, claimed by whatever lived in the lake, made his stomach twist. Determined to understand, Kyle researched the lake's history. He found old logging records from the 1800s mentioning dark waters where men had vanished, drowned, or worse. Legend spoke of a guardian of the lake, a creature born from the anger of the water itself, punishing those who disturbed it. Scientists dismissed it as folklore, but Kyle didn't care. He knew what he had seen. Months later, the lake froze for winter. Kyle and Ryan met briefly to discuss selling the property near the water. The ice was thick enough to walk on, but both were too wary to venture far. They stood on the shore, watching, knowing the creature had survived beneath the frozen surface, waiting for spring. Spring came. The ice melted. Tourists returned. New fishermen launched boats, unaware of the warnings, unaware of the history. Kyle drove past the lake on his way to work, heart racing. He could swear he saw shadows moving beneath the surface, glimpses of gray skin and black eyes watching, calculating. By summer, the lake claimed another victim. A young man from Chicago disappeared while fishing alone, his empty boat later found drifting. Locals shrugged. The lake's stories grew louder, whispered at bars and campsites. Kyle didn't need to hear them. He already knew. Years passed, but Kyle never returned to Brackenridge Lake. He told himself it was fear, but deep down, he knew better. The lake had memory. It waited. It watched. And it took what it wanted. Even now, late at night, Kyle dreams of the water, dreams of black eyes beneath the surface, mouths opening where none should exist, hands, or something like them, reaching up. And when he wakes, sometimes he swears he hears the faint slap of water against the hull of a boat that isn't there. He will never fish again. Story the end. The sun had barely crested the horizon when Mike and his brother Jared loaded their old aluminum boat onto the trailer. The lake was a good 2-hour drive from their small town in northern Minnesota, and they were the only ones crazy enough to be fishing before dawn in November. The air was already crisp, the kind that bites at your nose and hands even through layers of clothing. Their grandfather had always said that early mornings were the best for catching northern pike, and Mike wasn't about to argue. By the time they arrived, the mist was rising off the water like ghostly fingers. The lake was nearly deserted, save for a lone heron gliding across the still surface. They unloaded their gear, double-checking rods, reels, and tackle. Mike had an uneasy feeling, but chalked it up to the isolation. He'd spent enough mornings out here to know that feeling didn't always mean trouble. They pushed off the dock and let the outboard motor hum quietly. The further they went from shore, the quieter everything became. No cars, no distant voices, only the occasional splash of a fish putting a fish. Mike cast first, a slow arc, letting the lure land with a soft plop. Jared followed suit, his face illuminated by the faint silvery glow of the moon still fading behind the trees. Hours passed with little more than nibbles. The sun had risen, but its light was weak and gray, swallowed by thick, low-hanging clouds. Jared pulled in his line, muttering about how cold his hands were, and Mike reassured him that persistence was key. But something felt off. The water was too quiet. There was a heaviness in the air, like the lake itself was holding its breath. Then the first scream cut through the silence. It was faint, distant, almost swallowed by the fog, but unmistakable. Mike froze, gripping his rod. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Jared nodded, paleness creeping across his face. The scream came again, closer this time, sharp and desperate. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded human. Mike revved the motor and started moving toward the sound, rationalizing that someone might have fallen in or gotten hurt. As they rounded a bend, the fog thickened, and the lake seemed to stretch endlessly. Then they saw it, a man, waist-deep in the water, thrashing, arms flailing. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror, mouth open in a silent scream. Jared fumbled with the motor, and Mike jumped into the cold water without a second thought. The instant he touched the man, he realized it wasn't a man. His skin was mottled, grayish, with dark streaks that looked like veins feeding on something underneath. Its eyes were black, bottomless, and as Mike tried to pull it toward the boat, its strength shocked him. This wasn't drowning. It was something else entirely. The thing screamed, and it wasn't human. Mike felt his arms go numb as if the cold itself were alive, gripping him. Jared yanked at Mike's legs, trying to pull him back, and finally, with a Herculean effort, they made it to the boat. They shoved off and rowed furiously, adrenaline masking the numbness creeping up their bodies. Behind them, the thing stayed just beneath the water's surface, moving with unnatural speed. By the time they reached the open stretch of the lake, it was gone. The water was calm again, almost serene, betraying nothing of the horror they had witnessed. Mike's hands shook as he tried to start the motor, finally managing to get it running. Neither spoke, the silence between them thick with unasked questions. They didn't stop until they reached the dock where they had launched. The lake seemed to exhale behind them, the mist curling like smoke around the trees. When they pulled the boat out and started packing up, Mike noticed something disturbing. The water on the boat's hull was not just water. It was slick and dark, almost oily, and smelled like iron. He tried to brush it off as mud or leaves, but it left a stain that wouldn't come out. On the drive back, Jared asked if Mike had seen the same thing he had. Mike nodded, but even as he said it, a part of him didn't want to admit what he'd seen. Something deep in the water had eyes, and it had wanted them. The next day, Mike called his grandfather, hoping for reassurance. His grandfather listened quietly, then said, "You ever hear about the old logging crews back in the 1800s? They say some lakes still keep what shouldn't be there, keeps the people away. You got lucky this time, but the lake remembers." Mike laughed it off at first, but that night he couldn't sleep. Every shadow in his room looked like it was moving. Every creak of the house sounded like water slapping against the hull of their boat. And then he remembered something he had seen in the fog, a faint shape just beneath the surface, watching, waiting. Over the next week, Mike avoided the lake. Jared did too, though he complained about missing the early pike bite. But rumors spread in their small town. Other fishermen had gone missing over the years, some simply vanishing. Others found days later in strange, contorted positions, their faces frozen in terror. No one spoke much about it, but everyone knew the lake had a history. One afternoon, Mike couldn't resist. He told himself he just wanted to check his boat, make sure it hadn't been damaged. Alone, he slipped onto the dock, the mist curling around his boots. As he looked out over the water, he thought he saw something. A figure, motionless, rising just above the surface. For a second, he thought it was a trick of the light. But then it moved, gliding toward him, faster than any human could swim. Mike bolted. He sprinted back to his truck, heart hammering, and slammed the door. From the cab, he watched the water. The mist swirled unnaturally, almost like it was alive. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. But the memory of those black eyes and the slick gray skin stayed with him. Jared insisted Mike had imagined it, but Mike knew better. Something lived in that lake. Something patient and old, waiting under the water for anyone foolish enough to disturb it. That night, Mike had nightmares, dreams of being pulled under by countless hands, of gaping mouths opening beneath him, of the lake itself swallowing the world. Weeks turned into months, and though the weather got colder, the memory didn't fade. Every time Mike drove past the lake, he felt a weight in his chest, as if the water itself was watching, counting. He tried fishing in other lakes, but the thrill was gone. The solitude of the open water had turned from peaceful to terrifying. One evening, months later, he got a call from Jared. "Mike, I think I saw it again," Jared said, voice tight. He explained that he'd gone out at dawn, alone, trying to catch some early fish when the water in front of him erupted. A dark figure too large to be a fish had broken the surface and disappeared just as suddenly. Jared hung up, too shaken to talk more. Mike felt the cold creep back, the same he'd felt on that first morning. They had no choice but to warn others, but who would believe them? The stories of haunted lakes were usually told around campfires, dismissed as tales to scare kids. But now they had proof, if only in memory, proof that some waters were better left alone. Months later, in the middle of winter, the lake froze solid. Mike and Jared watched from the shore, the ice thick enough to walk on. There was a part of them that wanted to test it to see if the creature beneath had survived the cold. But instinct won out. They stayed on the shore, eyes scanning the smooth, frozen surface, knowing the darkness was there even if they couldn't see it. The following spring, when the ice melted, fishermen started to return. The town had grown complacent, believing winter had cleansed the lake of whatever lurked beneath. Mike and Jared stayed away, but sometimes late at night they would drive past, headlights slicing through the mist, and catch a glimpse of movement just beneath the water. A ripple that shouldn't be there. A shadow that lingered too long. One summer evening, a group of local kids went missing near the lake. The town searched, dragging the shallow edges, calling their names, but found nothing. Days later, 2 were discovered downstream, unharmed but silent, eyes wide and unblinking, staring into some unseen terror. The others were never found. Mike knew then that the lake didn't forget. It waited, it collected, it punished, and anyone who ventured too close would learn the same lesson he and Jared had learned that cold November morning. He tried to warn people, put up signs, tell the town council, but the warnings fell on skeptical ears. Tourists came, anglers from other states, drawn by the quiet beauty, the promise of pike and bass. They didn't know the cost. On a warm July morning, Mike watched from a distance as a father and son launched their boat. He remembered the thrill of early mornings on the lake, the peace of casting into still waters. But now it was just a trap, a waiting place for something ancient and hungry. He wanted to call out, to scream a warning. But even as he opened his mouth, he felt the cold brush of the water in his mind, the same pull he had felt the first time. Hours passed. The father and son didn't return. The town assumed they had drifted downstream, lost, or had an accident. But Mike knew. The lake had claimed them, like it claimed so many before. Years went by. Mike and Jared never fished there again. They moved towns, tried to forget, but the memory was permanent. Every lake seemed to whisper in comparison. Every shadow in the trees reminded them of those black, bottomless eyes. And then, one late autumn night, Mike awoke to the sound of splashing. Not a few feet away, inside the boat shed by the edge of his new property. Heart racing, he grabbed a flashlight. The beam caught the water in the old tub he kept for bait. The surface rippled unnaturally. A gray hand broke through, slick and wet, and disappeared before he could react. He never went fishing again. Story the end. I had always thought of myself as properly cautious. That's what 13 years of weekend fishing up and down the river taught me. I knew the bends, I knew the log jams, I knew the underwater ledges where the big bass hid. But even so, nothing could have prepared me for the day I lost the line completely between what I know and what I don't. It was late August in Vermont, down along the Winooski River. The timber near the bank was heavy with birch and pine, the shadows long and dense. I'd driven up early, dawn before sunrise, just to make sure I had the best shot at the water when it was quiet. The air was cool, humid. A fog lay low along wide stretches, hiding the far side bank until the sun burned it off. I carried my old fiberglass rod, a low-profile spinning reel that creaked just slightly when the drag was tight, and a bag with plastic worms, a few crankbaits, a bar of granola, a thermos of coffee. Nothing fancy, but I liked simplicity. I had parked near an old stone bridge nobody really used anymore, a leftover from before the highway diverted most traffic. The stones were dark with moss, the railing half crumbled, and beneath it the river widened and slowed, forming a pool edged by rocks. I headed down carefully, booting close to the bank, keeping an eye on the water. I'd spotted fish flickering near the surface, large shapes moving. The light grew slowly as the sun crept over the trees. Gold specks glinted on the water. It felt safe. It felt correct. I rigged a green pumpkin soft plastic worm on a quarter-ounce lead head, cast upstream so the current would draw it down toward the pool's lip. I counted my usual seconds, felt the slow climb of current, then snapped the rod tip, letting the lure drift. A fish came, bigger than I expected, pulled hard, moved fast, giving me that first pulse of excitement. I fought it, kept my drag loose enough to let it run, then reeled carefully, brought it in, netted a solid smallmouth. My heart pumped. The morning was going right. I fished through mid-morning, switching baits, moving from the bridge pool downstream to a quieter bend where shadows gathered and logs lay half submerged. I stopped for coffee, leaning against a pine, listening to the water rippling, watching insects skim the surface. This was the place I came to forget work, forget the city, forget the email pings. The river gave me calm. Then I spotted it, a patch in the water where things looked wrong, not just murky or disturbed, I mean off. A cluster of sticks and twigs had been carried against a partially submerged tree. On its trunk, someone had draped a dark flag of cloth, or so I thought at first. On closer look, I realized it was a dark jacket or coat hung over one of the branches, hanging down into the water, so the cuff dipped and the fabric swayed when the current tugged. I hadn't noticed it when I walked in. Maybe it was freshly draped when no one was around, maybe something else. I moved in quietly to examine it, no rod in hand, stepping carefully on slippery rocks. The jacket looked like a man's. Dark navy, heavy cloth, one arm stiff, the other draped downward. I reached out, touched the fabric. It was damp. It had been in the water. I flicked some leaves away and saw, not far from that tree trunk, a pale shoe, just the toe portion visible. Nylon laces undone, sticking out from the bank. My gut caught cold. I backed up, reeled in the unease in my stomach. I told myself probably some drunk draped coat after camping, maybe someone lost gear. But that sense of probably didn't override the pulse of this doesn't belong. I pulled out my phone, took a couple of photos, and then got back to fishing, but the rhythm was broken. The lure didn't feel the same. I kept glancing at that tree, that coat, that shoe. I told myself I was being silly. The river was full of lost things. Move on. But the river seemed to sense my shift. I cast again. I felt the lure drift near the tree, near the floating coat, and something shifted underwater. Not a fish, not the pull of a bass. It was faint, a glint in the deeper water, a shape. I paused the reel, watched the line, watched the water. The shape was like a leg, pale, maybe a lower limb, drifting in the shadow of the tree. I jerked the rod, pulled the lure out of that zone. My heart slammed. I reeled the lure quickly, changed position farther away. I sat on a rock, coffee in hand, trying to steady. The sun moved a little higher. I debated whether to call someone, park ranger, sheriff, but I told myself maybe I'm overreacting. It might be driftwood or a sock. Could be anything, so I fished again, but I avoided that zone. Mid-afternoon, I got a big bite, strong, deep. The drag screamed. I fought it hard, standing up, rod bent over the water. This wasn't a small fish. It was huge, heavier than anything I'd caught in that river. The line peeled. I lifted. The bobbing of the lure turned into deep, thudded pulls. Then it stopped. I reeled in slowly. I expected to see a fish. Instead, I saw the lure free again, the line trailing, maybe snagged, maybe snapped. I pulled harder. The line twisted around something big beneath the water. I bent over, rod tip aimed down. I felt weight, heavy weight, something pulling downward. My heart raced. What had I snagged? I reeled slowly, fighting. The water around the snag was darker, swirling. I caught a glimpse of something. A faint outline, enormous, maybe 10 feet long. Something coiled. I froze. Then whatever it was pushed off and the line snapped hard. The rod jerked. The lure flew over the bank. I stared. Silence. The current rippled. I couldn't move. I faced the tree, the coat, the shoe. Suddenly I heard a splash behind me, across the river bank. I spun. A heavy, dark figure moved, a man, or something like one, hauling himself out of the water, using the fallen tree roots as handholds. He wore that jacket. I recognized the jacket from the tree, navy blue, drenched, hanging off his shoulders. His jeans ripped, shoes gone. Water dripped off him. His face? I couldn't see well. Shadows covered his features. But his movements were wrong, slow, awkward. He rose onto the bank, turned. Our eyes locked. Everything froze. I swallowed. I didn't hold my rod. I dropped it on the rock. He stood maybe 20 feet away. The sun was beginning to slide. Long shadows covered the forest behind him. He didn't move again for a long moment, just stared at me. Then he turned and walked away into the woods, dragging one leg, leaving a trail of dark footprints in the soft earth. I sat there shaking. I watched him go. He disappeared into the tree line. The coat, the shoe, the tree, everything aligned. My mind raced. Who the hell was he? Did he come out of the water? Was he just cold, lost, or something else? I grabbed my rod and gear, shoved them in the car, left everything unsnapped, untouched. I drove off before dusk had fully settled, stopped at a gas station farther down to call the local sheriff. The sheriff asked questions, took my photos, he nodded, told me they'd check it out, thanked me. I left town, heading home, exhausted, shaken. A few days later, I got a call. They found a body upstream. A missing teenager. Drowned. The jacket was his, the shoe matched. He'd apparently slipped in near that span, gone under, then drifted downstream, tangled in roots until the current pushed him beneath the tree where I fished. They said the coat was the last thing his mother reported him wearing. They also found his boots upstream. The boy's parents drove up to retrieve his things. I gave them the memory I had, the photos where I'd seen the shoe and the coat. That should have been it. The river then seemed normal again. Flows, fish, water over rocks. But I couldn't look at it the same. Every time I passed the old bridge, the pool where I'd fished, I saw him in the water. I imagined a pale foot, a jacket drifting, a body caught beneath logs. I imagined the fish moving around the body. I imagined what it must feel like to be trapped, unseen, underwater. Weeks later, I returned once. I couldn't stop myself. I parked, walked to the same pool. It was dusk, and the fog hung low along the river again. I rigged the worm and cast. I tried my usual rhythm. The pool ahead looked calm, but I noticed the shape of the tree root, the jacket gone now, removed by authorities. Still, I felt the presence. I drifted the lure along that zone, paused, watched. A large fish attacked near the bank. I fought it hard. It jumped once, silver flash. Then the line jerked violently, pulled downward. I pulled back. I saw dark shapes swirl and disappear. The fish broke free. My heart raced. But then a second jerk, harder, down at the end of the line. I looked. The lure hung limp. I hauled in. The hook was gone. The line, rubbery, was frayed, shredded in a way that made no sense. Whatever was down there had taken the lure, maybe the line too. I reeled slow. I held the rod off the water and watched the line's end where it sank into the dark pool. An old man fishing farther upstream called over. "You all right, son?" I said yes, but I wasn't okay. I packed. I left. After that, I stopped fishing at that spot. I found a lake farther away, but the memory wouldn't let me go. And even now, at night, I lie awake wondering if it was just a big snag, a fish, or something beyond. I wonder if he, the boy, ever surfaced and walked out like I saw the figure do, or if I saw something else entirely. I replay the moment when his eyes locked mine. I still feel the weight of the water, the coil of the current, the darkness beneath. I still carry my rod in the trunk, but I don't cast into hidden pools, not anymore, because sometimes the river hides more than fish. Sometimes it hides the unthinkable. Story, the end. He was a quiet man, mostly kept to himself. That's how I met him at the bait shop down by Silver Creek. His name was Tom Keegan, and everyone in town said he was one of those fishermen who knew the lakes better than anyone, but didn't talk much about it. I didn't care about small-town rumors. I was chasing a story, a big one, and Silver Creek was my first stop. Tom had gray-streaked hair, hands the color of weathered oak, and eyes that never quite settled. He sold me a few lures and hooks, then, After a long pause, asked me if I was heading to Deepwater Lake. I lied. I told him I was just fishing around the creek. He didn't smile, just shook his head slowly. You don't want deep water, he said. Nobody ever comes back the same. I was 23, stupid, and driven by a mix of curiosity and the need to impress my friends. So naturally, by Saturday morning, I was driving toward Deepwater Lake in my beat-up Chevy pickup. Tom's warning rang in my ears, but I treated it like an old wives' tale. After all, I'd grown up around lakes all my life. Nothing scared me. The road there was narrow, twisting, lined with pines that pressed close like they were keeping secrets. I parked near the old ranger station, which looked abandoned. The windows were broken, the door sagged, and graffiti smeared across the walls. I carried my tackle box and pushed my aluminum boat through the thin path to the water. The lake spread before me like a dark mirror, reflecting the clouds above. No birds, no animals, just still water. I climbed into the boat and began paddling toward the center, scanning the surface for any signs of fish. The water was black, almost oily. I cast my line toward a cluster of reeds and waited. Nothing. Minutes passed. I thought about turning back, but something tugged at me to keep going. The farther I paddled, the more the air felt heavier, like the lake itself was pressing down. Then the first bite hit. It wasn't like any fish I'd ever felt. The tug was deliberate, strong, measured. I reeled in as fast as I dared. The line jerked violently. My heart was racing. Something huge was on the other end, but it didn't fight like a fish. It fought like it knew it could win. My arms burned, my chest heaved, and finally, I saw it break the surface. I froze. It wasn't a fish. Not exactly. It was long, pale, slick like wet stone, with eyes that reflected the cloudy sky. Its mouth was open, too wide, and lined with rows of teeth that shouldn't exist in any freshwater creature. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. Then the line snapped, and the thing vanished beneath the water, leaving nothing but ripples and silence. My breath trembled as I sat there, gripping the oars. I debated heading back, but before I could decide, I saw it, something floating a few yards away. A human-shaped object, face down, partially decomposed, eyes gone, skin pale and bloated. I knew instinctively it wasn't an accident. This lake kept things, or maybe it produced them. The stories weren't lies. Panic set in. I paddled back toward shore, but the lake didn't want me to leave. Every stroke of the oar was met with resistance, as if something below was brushing against the hull. Ripples appeared around me, circling the boat, growing closer. I couldn't see anything clearly, just movement, shapes under the water, too large for a fish, too purposeful for anything natural. By the time I reached the reeds, my hands were raw, my legs trembling. I jumped out and stumbled through the mud, not looking back. But I heard it behind me, the water breaking, the sound of something large moving through the black depths toward me. My lungs burned. My boots sucked in the thick mud. I almost fell more than once, but I made it to the truck, slamming the door shut and locking it. I thought I was safe. But that night, I dreamed of the lake. The same black water, the same pale shape, stretching endlessly beneath a wooden boat. The thing hovered, watching, waiting. And I dreamed I heard a voice, or maybe a sound that passed for one, a low, wet gurgle, like the lake itself was calling me back. For days, I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Even in town, I felt eyes on me. I knew no one else had been there. There was no one to watch me but that lake and whatever lived in it. I tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination, maybe exhaustion, maybe the stress of chasing stories. But I knew. I knew what I'd seen was real. Weeks later, I drove back, unable to resist, desperate to prove myself. The ranger station was gone, burned down. Ash and blackened wood spread across the shore, and the lake was just as still as before. I rented a small rowboat from a nearby outfitter and paddled out. I wanted to confront it, to see it again, to tell it it couldn't have me. I never reached the center. About halfway, the boat lurched, hitting something just under the surface. I leaned over to see what it was, and the water exploded. A massive arm, or what looked like an arm, shot up, longer than any human limb, pale and slick. It wrapped around the boat, tipping it instantly. I went into the water, lungs filling with black, cold water. I thrashed, tried to swim. The arm was everywhere, pulling me down. I kicked, grabbed reeds, anything, but the water was relentless. I don't remember how I got out. Somehow, I did. Crawled onto the muddy bank, coughing, bleeding from scratches on my arms and legs. The boat was gone. The lake was empty again, calm and still as if nothing had happened. I ran without stopping, didn't look back, didn't speak to anyone about it. I left Michigan a few months later, tried to put it behind me, but every rainy night, when water puddles form on the asphalt, when my dreams take me back to black lakes and silent depths, I can feel it watching, waiting. Deepwater Lake doesn't forget, it doesn't forgive, and sometimes I swear I hear it calling from the dark water, urging me to come back. Story the end. The lake had been calm all day, the kind of calm that tricks you into thinking nothing could go wrong. I had gone up to northern Minnesota with my cousin Jake early one Saturday morning. It was late September, the air crisp with just enough warmth to make sitting in the boat bearable without a jacket. We'd brought along our old aluminum boat, a small outboard, and enough gear for 2 full days of fishing. We wanted walleye, bass, anything biting that early fall morning. The drive up had been long, the roads winding through dense pine forests, fog clinging to the ground in patches. Jake was talking about catching a trophy fish he'd seen on a local fishing forum, but I mostly listened, keeping my eyes on the shifting woods. Something about the trees made me uneasy. Shapes between the trunks, shadows that didn't seem to move the way light should. I shrugged it off. Too many horror stories from parents and friends, probably. We arrived at the lake around 7 a.m. The surface was glassy, mist rising off the water. A loon called in the distance, and the fog created a half-dreamlike glow. We unloaded the boat and pushed off from the small, deserted dock. No one else was on the lake. It was perfect. We motored to a secluded cove that Jake had read about online. Old timber and reeds lined the shore, half-sunken logs forming natural barriers. We anchored in a quiet pocket, the water dark beneath us and black in places where the bottom dropped suddenly. I cast my line first using a spinnerbait I had rigged the night before. Jake went with a live minnow. For hours, nothing. Just the sound of water lapping against the hull, occasional birds, the occasional splash as some fish chased a lure. Around noon, Jake hooked a fish. It pulled hard, stronger than anything I'd felt before. He struggled, grunting and leaning back, fighting the line. I tried to help, but was focused on my own line. When he finally brought the fish close to the boat, it wasn't a fish. Not really. Its body looked wrong, elongated, with skin that seemed rubbery and pale, eyes too large and dark. Its mouth was jagged in a way that didn't make sense. Jake froze. I froze. For a moment, the lake was completely silent except for the faint whine of the wind in the trees. Then, with a violent jerk, the creature slipped out of his hands, hit the water, and vanished. There was no splash, just a ripple, like the water itself swallowed it. I felt a chill run down my spine. "What the hell?" Jake whispered. I shrugged, trying to play it off. "Maybe it was just some weird fish," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. We moved the boat to another part of the cove. I felt uneasy about the shadows among the submerged logs, the shapes beneath the water, but it was fishing. We had to try. A couple of hours later, I felt a tug on my line, a strong one. The rod bent violently. I tightened my grip, bracing myself. Whatever was on the line was heavy. I fought it for a few minutes, adrenaline pumping. Then, without warning, the line went slack. I reeled in and my lure was gone and snapped off clean. "Again?" Jake said, his face pale. "This doesn't make sense. I've never lost gear like this." I didn't answer. Something in the water had my full attention. The mist had thickened, rising in sheets over the lake. I could barely see beyond 20 feet. Then I saw it, a shadow, moving below the surface. Not a fish, not like anything natural. It was large, far larger than any fish that could survive in that lake. Its form shifted, elongated, almost humanoid in parts, then stretched into shapes that didn't belong to anything living. My stomach dropped. Jake noticed it too. "Move the boat," he said urgently. "Now." I started the motor, and the boat lurched forward, but the shadow moved with us. I could see it beneath the hull, gliding silently, faster than our speed. Panic gripped me. The boat rocked. I grabbed the sides, looking around frantically. Suddenly, the water erupted near the starboard side. Something large breached the surface, wet and gray, its face partially visible in the faint light. Eyes black, unblinking, staring directly at me. Its mouth opened wide, not like a fish, but more like a scream frozen in the water. The boat tilted sharply. I thought we were going to capsize. Jake grabbed the oars in a panic, but we were already moving backward with the current. I hit the throttle as hard as I could. The thing slid under the boat, scraping against the aluminum hull. I heard a deep, guttural hum, like it was vocalizing underwater, vibrating through the wood and metal. The moment we had opened water, the shadow disappeared. No ripple, no sign, just the glassy lake and mist. We were shaking, drenched with sweat. Neither of us spoke. We just headed to the dock, moving as fast as the motor would carry us. When we reached the dock, the sun was starting to set, turning the mist to an orange glow. We unloaded the boat silently. I noticed a small rip in my fishing vest, like something had clawed it, tiny scratches I hadn't felt at the time. Jake's rod was cracked near the tip. We packed up and drove back to town without saying a word. For days afterward, I had dreams of the lake. The shadow beneath the boat, the face in the mist, the hum underwater. I stopped fishing in that cove entirely, though I could never shake the feeling that whatever was down there had noticed us. Months later, I returned alone, braving the cold October air just to see the lake. It was empty, mist rising in the morning. I anchored near the same submerged logs, staring at the black water. For hours, nothing. Then a ripple moved across the lake, slow, deliberate. My heart pounded. I backed the boat slowly toward shore. The ripple followed, a dark shadow underneath, just out of sight, but always there. I realized then that it wasn't about catching fish. It was about respecting the lake. Some places in the water are not meant to be disturbed. Some things below the surface are not meant to be seen. I left that day, leaving the cove behind, but I know it watches. Even now, when I drive past that lake, I feel it, just under the water, moving, waiting. Story the end. The morning mist hung low over Lake Taneycomo, thick and heavy, like a curtain drawn across the water. I hadn't slept well, my mind restless from the stories I'd heard the night before at the bait shop in Branson. Locals whispered of huge fish, things that weren't quite bass, things that had been glimpsed in the depths but never caught. Most folks laughed it off, but I could feel the weight of their unease. It was enough to make me wary. Yet still, the lure of a trophy fish was too strong. I shoved off from the wooden dock in my small aluminum boat, motor humming quietly as I cut across the glassy water. I wasn't alone. My friend Carl, a seasoned angler with an unshakable confidence, sat at the bow, checking lines and knots. "You ready?" he asked, grinning. "I told you, these waters hide monsters." "Monsters or not," I said, "I'm getting something today." We cast into the deep water near a cluster of submerged timbers, places where the current ran strong and shadows formed beneath the surface. The first few hours were uneventful. A few trout, small ones, nibbled the bait, but nothing like the legends Carl had whispered about. The fog thickened as the sun rose, muting the sound of the motor and making the water opaque. Around mid-morning, the first strike came. My rod bent sharply. I yelped and set the hook, feeling an immediate, heavy resistance. This wasn't a small fish. It took line fast, darting to the left, then the right. My arms burned as I held on, reeling cautiously but steadily. Carl leaned over, excitement in his eyes. "Whoa," he breathed. That's big." I nodded, heart hammering. The water around the boat churned violently. I could feel the power on the line, something enormous, something alive and angry. Then it surged upward, and the surface erupted in a flash of dark shape. My stomach dropped. This wasn't a trout or a bass. This was wrong. Too big, too wide, too unnatural. Its scales glistened darkly in the faint light, and for a moment I swore its head looked almost human. Before I could react, the fish lunged sideways, smashing against the side of the boat. Wood splintered. The boat rocked violently. Carl shouted as he tried to stabilize himself. I fought to reel in, but the line snapped with a sharp twang. My heart sank. Whatever it was, it had gone. We sat in stunned silence for a few minutes, staring at the water that had returned to its deceptive calm. Carl muttered, "That wasn't a fish. That was something else." I didn't respond. My mind raced. The air felt thicker now, almost heavy with something I couldn't name. We decided to try again, moving to another part of the lake where submerged logs created natural corridors. The water was dark here, almost black, the shadows long and menacing. Hours passed. We caught a few more ordinary fish, but something kept me uneasy. I kept glancing at the water, feeling as if something was watching. Carl noticed my tension. "You're paranoid," he said, laughing softly, but even he didn't cast as carelessly as before. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the final strike came. My rod bent with incredible force, nearly pulling me off my seat. I yelled for Carl, who scrambled to help. The line went taut and then jerked violently, slamming the rod into my hands. I struggled to maintain a grip. The water exploded again. The creature surfaced, and this time I had a clear look. Its eyes were enormous, round, unblinking, reflecting the fading sunlight. Its mouth opened briefly, revealing rows of jagged teeth, far too many for any ordinary fish. The body was massive, stretching long beneath the water, impossible to estimate in size. Carl grabbed the net, but I realized too late it was useless. The creature lunged toward the boat, slapping the water violently. The motor sputtered and died. My hands shook. The boat tilted. I could feel the pressure of the water as it moved against the hull, powerful enough to drag us if it wanted. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished beneath the surface. The water was calm again, eerie in its quietness. Neither Carl nor I spoke. We just paddled back to shore slowly, the sun setting behind misty hills, shadows lengthening. Back at the dock, we unloaded our gear, our hands trembling. Carl's face was pale. "We're done," he said quietly. That thing isn't for us." I didn't argue. I couldn't. The memory of its eyes, the unnatural width of its body, and the sheer power of its movements burned into my mind. That night, I dreamed of the creature circling the boat, brushing against the hull, the eyes staring into mine. I woke drenched in sweat, convinced that if I ever returned, it would be waiting. Weeks later, I heard from a local guide who claimed to have seen something similar in a different part of the lake. He said it wasn't normal fish behavior. It stalked, it ambushed, it was intelligent. I tried to rationalize, telling myself it was a giant muskie, an alligator gar, maybe even a myth inflated by fear. But I knew better. One early morning, curiosity got the better of me. I went back, alone, keeping to the shallows. The fog was heavy, and the lake was silent except for the faint lapping of water. I cast near the shadows of the submerged logs, waiting, listening. Minutes passed. Then I felt it, a tug on the line unlike anything before. My heart raced. I set the hook. The rod bent violently, and the line screamed. I reeled with every ounce of strength, but the fish didn't struggle like normal. It seemed to glide, slow and deliberate. My stomach churned as I caught glimpses of a massive, dark body beneath the water. The eyes appeared pale, reflective, unblinking. It hovered beneath me, testing, watching. Suddenly it lunged. The boat rocked hard, water slapping over the side. I lost my grip on the rod. It thrashed violently, then vanished. I sat there, heart pounding, unable to move. The lake returned to its silent, deceptive calm. I never returned to that part of the lake again. Carl sold his boat. We stopped talking about what we saw. But I can't forget. Some nights, I dream I'm back on the water, and the creature's eyes find me, waiting in the dark, beneath the shadows, in the places man was never meant to fish. And if you ever feel a bite unlike any other, dragging with impossible force, if the water looks darker than it should and movement passes just beneath your boat, remember, some fish aren't fish at all. Some things in the depths are ancient, intelligent, and watching. Story the end. The sun was low over Lake Hollow, a narrow, winding body of water tucked deep in the northern woods of Wisconsin. I had made the drive from Minneapolis that morning, eager to escape the city and spend a weekend fishing in solitude. My friend Mike had warned me about the lake's strange reputation. Locals whispered about people who disappeared. Nets pulled up empty despite rumored monster fish. But I laughed it off. I'd fished plenty of remote spots before. This would be no different. I arrived at the small boat launch just as the last light of the day was fading. Mist clung to the water, curling around the reeds that lined the shore, and the air smelled faintly of decay, like damp leaves left to rot. I pushed my rental canoe into the water, the shallow edge sucking at the paddles with sticky resistance. I loaded my gear, rods, tackle, a thermos of coffee, and a flashlight, into the canoe and shoved off, aiming for a bend in the lake where the current slowed and bass liked to linger. The lake was silent, almost unnaturally so. No birds called, no fish broke the surface. Even the wind seemed to have died. I found a small clearing amid the reeds, anchored the canoe, and cast my first lure. Nothing. I cast again, slow and methodical, letting the plug sink deep. And then it happened, a sharp tug on the line that almost pulled the rod from my hands. My heart raced as I fought the fish. The water rippled violently. I reeled in, expecting a large bass or maybe a northern pike. When the fish surfaced, I froze. It was huge, longer than I'd ever seen in this lake. Its body was mottled dark green and black, the scales glinting like wet stones in the fading light. But it wasn't just the size, it was the eyes. They were pale, almost luminescent, with a faint glimmer that made it look aware, intelligent. It stared at me as I tried to get a grip on it with the net. Suddenly, the fish twitched violently, flinging itself from the net and snapping the line. It splashed back into the depths with a sound that echoed like a whisper in the mist. I sat back, heart pounding, gripping my rod tightly. I told myself I'd just been spooked. Fish can look strange when the light hits them oddly. But the silence afterward felt wrong. No splash, no movement in the water, just the faint ripple where the fish had vanished. I decided to keep fishing, hoping a daylight catch would calm my nerves. I paddled to a different part of the lake, one closer to an old half-sunken dock I had noticed earlier. The water here was murky, brownish, and the smell of decay stronger. I anchored and cast again, letting the lure sink near a clump of reeds. I waited. The sun had fully set now, and the canoe rocked gently with the water. Then I heard it, a low, gurgling sound, faint at first, coming from beneath the canoe. I froze. My flashlight lay across the bow, but I didn't dare turn it on yet. The sound grew, like something moving underwater, something enormous. I prodded the paddle into the water, trying to reassure myself it was just a large fish or a snapping turtle. But the gurgle changed into a rasping exhale, a sound almost human, wet and low. I yanked my flashlight toward me, switching it on. The beam cut through the murk, illuminating the water just ahead of the canoe. And then I saw it. A shadow, massive and coiling, moving with deliberate purpose. It was hard to make out any form, like a snake tangled with tree roots, limbs flailing in the water, but the shape was clearly enormous, easily longer than the canoe itself. My stomach turned. The shadow lingered just below the surface, moving slowly toward me. Panic surged. I grabbed the paddle and tried to push away, but it was like the water itself resisted. The shadow rose slightly, and I saw it clearly now. A dark, misshapen head breaking the surface, two pale eyes staring straight at me. It exhaled a hiss through waterlogged lips, and I felt the canoe shudder as though something beneath had pushed against it. My heart raced, adrenaline flooding. I spun the paddle, splashing wildly, trying to make it back to the dock, but the shadow followed, gliding silently through the water. It didn't rush, didn't attack, yet, but its presence was oppressive, like the lake itself was alive and watching. I yelled, "Go away!" But the only response was a ripple across the water and the faint gurgle that seemed to echo through the mist. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the old dock. I leapt from the canoe onto the wood, slipping and catching myself just in time. The shadow retreated slowly into the darkness, disappearing into the reeds. I stumbled up the dock path to my car, heart hammering, shaking, and gasping for air. I drove back to town in silence, the radio off, the darkness pressing against the windows. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen, not even Mike. I know what I saw, though. Something big, something old, something that lurks in that lake and watches anyone foolish enough to fish there alone. Weeks later, I saw a news report about a fisherman who had gone missing on Lake Hollow. Search teams pulled up nets, dragged the lake with sonar, but nothing turned up. I didn't go back. I don't need to. I know what's down there, and sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I see those pale, glowing eyes in the water, watching, patient, waiting for the next fisherman to step too close. Story the end. The sun was just starting to lift over the horizon, casting a pale orange glow on the winding river that snaked through southern Louisiana. Kyle Parker had grown up in a small town not far from here, spending countless weekends fishing with his dad along these same banks. But today, he wasn't alone. He had brought his cousin, Jared, who had never fished before. Jared was enthusiastic, nervous, and maybe just a little reckless, which made Kyle uneasy. They launched the small John boat at a secluded ramp, a place locals rarely used anymore. The water was glassy, reflecting the skeletal trees on either bank. Kyle cast his line first, the familiar snap of the reel bringing him comfort. Jared fumbled with his gear, trying to mimic Kyle's motions. "You ever get the feeling like someone's watching you out here?" Jared asked, glancing nervously at the fog beginning to creep over the river. Kyle chuckled, shaking his head. "Relax. It's just early morning mist. Nothing alive in these parts cares about us." But even as he spoke, a cold shiver ran down his spine. There was something about this stretch of river that felt different today, heavier somehow, like the air itself carried a warning. Hours passed slowly. The fish were biting sporadically, and the mist thickened, curling around the boat like fingers. Kyle noticed shadows in the water, large, dark shapes moving just beneath the surface. At first, he assumed it was fish or maybe logs drifting downstream. But they moved with intelligence, circling the boat, appearing in patterns that no ordinary fish could manage. "Do you see that?" Kyle asked, nodding toward the water. Jared squinted. "See what?" Before Kyle could answer, his line jerked violently. He grabbed the rod, muscles straining. The fight was nothing like catching a catfish. It was smarter, stronger, relentless. The line cut across the water, and this dragging the boat in circles. Kyle's heart pounded as he realized this was no ordinary catch. Suddenly, the water exploded next to the boat. A shape erupted. A creature, pale and slick, eyes black as tar, with long, spindly limbs that ended in claw-like hands. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth glinting even in the dim light. It let out a screeching, guttural sound that made both men reel back in horror. Jared screamed, tipping forward, and Kyle grabbed him just in time to prevent him from falling overboard. The creature thrashed, but then it disappeared beneath the surface as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving the boat rocking and their ears ringing. "We have to get out of here," Kyle said, voice shaking. "Now." They tried to row back to the ramp, but the mist had thickened to the point where Kyle could barely see 10 feet ahead. The river had shifted. It didn't look like the river he knew. Trees loomed impossibly tall, their roots twisting into the water like the fingers of some giant hand. Shadows moved along the bank, sometimes in the water itself, always just out of clear view. "Something's following us," Jared whispered, panic in his voice. "I can feel it." Kyle didn't answer. He could feel it too. The water around the boat seemed alive, pulsing, as though the river itself were a predator. Shapes slid beneath the surface, circling, watching, waiting. Every stroke of the oar felt heavier, as though something unseen was pulling at the boat. Suddenly, one of the shapes broke the surface, a humanoid figure, but wrong. Its limbs were elongated, joints bending at unnatural angles. Its face was pale and wet, mouth open in a silent scream. Its eyes fixed on them with a hunger that made Kyle's stomach turn. Jared screamed and dropped the oar, scrambling back toward Kyle. The figure lunged, disappearing beneath the boat with a splash that rocked them violently. The mist churned and more shapes surfaced, their pale faces and black eyes appearing in the fog. Kyle realized with dawning terror that the river was alive. Not alive in any normal sense. This was something older, predatory, patient. The swamp had been feeding all along, slowly, waiting for careless fools to wander into its grasp. They tried to row faster, but the boat felt heavier and heavier. The shapes didn't attack directly. They didn't need to. They just circled, herding the boat, trapping them in a narrowing corridor of water and fog. Whispering came from the mist, low, unintelligible, but undeniably real. The voices seemed to echo in their minds, urging them to jump, to surrender, to let go. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. Exhaustion clawed at them, and Kyle's arms ached beyond belief. Just when he thought they couldn't continue, the mist began to thin. Ahead, he saw a break in the trees, sunlight glinting off what looked like the familiar launch ramp. Relief surged, but it was short-lived. At the edge of the break, something moved. A figure, hunched and pale, emerged from the water. It raised an arm, beckoning them. Jared, delirious with exhaustion and fear, wanted to go. He started to slip over the side toward it. "No!" Kyle shouted, lunging for him, but it was too late. The figure's hand shot out like a spear, grabbing Jared. He screamed, flailing, before being dragged under in a swirl of black water and mist. Kyle held onto the side of the boat as he watched his cousin disappear, unable to reach him. Alone, Kyle finally managed to make it back to the ramp. The river behind him was calm, ordinary, betraying no hint of the horror beneath. Authorities assumed he had had a fishing accident. Nobody questioned his story of monsters or the alive river. They thought he was traumatized, lying, or both. Kyle never returned to fishing. He avoids water entirely now, even creeks and small ponds. But in his dreams, the river calls him back. He sees Jared, pale and clawed, reaching from the depths, eyes wide with terror, and he knows deep down that the river still waits for him, patient, hungry, and eternal. Even today, when he drives past the swamp, he can feel its presence. The water shimmers too strangely, the trees twist too unnaturally. Something beneath the surface stirs whenever he looks away. He knows he will never escape it. Story the end. It was early September in northern Michigan, a place where the pines crowd the edges of every lake and the fog rolls off the water like smoke over a fire. I had been planning the trip for months. My old college buddy Derek and I wanted to hit a secluded lake that was deep in the Hiawatha National Forest. The map marked it as Crystal Lake, though most locals barely acknowledged its existence. That secrecy was part of the draw, a place where no one came, just the trees, the water, and the quiet. We arrived just before dawn, parking at a small clearing where tire tracks disappeared into the dirt path leading down to the shore. I carried my usual setup: spinning rod, tackle box, a small cooler. Derek had an old aluminum boat he insisted could take us across the lake without a problem. The morning air was crisp, the mist over the water thick. Perfect conditions, I thought. Nothing could go wrong. We launched the boat, paddling silently into the gray haze. The lake was eerily still, the surface glassy. Occasionally we'd see a splash, probably a bass or a northern pike, but there was no wind, no birds, just the soft drip of the paddle and the faint slap of the boat against the water. We found a spot near the center of the lake, a slight rise beneath the water where fish always gathered. I cast first, a red and white crankbait. The lure cut the water quietly, seal, and almost immediately I felt the tug. A decent fish, writhing and fighting. I reeled slowly, careful, until a large northern pike jumped and shook its head violently. I laughed, adrenaline pumping. Derek set his line and did the same. We fished in silence for an hour, the fog thickening, the light gray, a low cloud pressing down on the lake. Then I noticed something strange, a faint reflection in the water just beneath the surface. At first, I thought it was the lure, maybe the chrome caught in the fog, but it lingered, long, almost stationary. I peered closer. It looked like a human hand, pale, pressed against the water from beneath. My heart skipped. I blinked. The hand wasn't moving. I shook my head and laughed nervously at Derek. "Probably just a log," I said. He nodded, though I could tell he had noticed it too. A few minutes later, we both felt the boat shudder, just slightly, like it bumped against something underwater. I peered over the side. The water was dark, the fog thick, but I could see it. An outline, long, dark, slithering beneath the surface, circling the boat. I froze. Derek's hand tightened around the paddle. "Did you see that?" I whispered. He nodded, eyes wide. The movement was too smooth to be a log, too deliberate to be a fish. Whatever it was massive. I tried to cast again, hoping to distract myself, but the lure hit something heavy. It didn't fight like a fish. It stayed down, pulled hard, moved with unnatural force. I tugged, but it resisted. Derek grabbed the spare rod. "Pull it slowly," he said, voice tight. I did, but the line moved in jerks, dragging like it was snagged on the bottom. The water around us darkened. Ripples formed, spreading outward, though the lake was otherwise still. A chill ran through me. Suddenly the boat rocked violently. Something struck it from beneath. Derek shouted. I grabbed the side, trying to keep balance. The water erupted. First a dark shape beneath the surface, then more shapes. Faint, pale, long limbs reaching up, pressing against the hull. I screamed. The boat tilted. One of the shapes pushed against it. Hard, the paddle flew from Derek's hands. We were trapped, rocking in the middle of a lake with something enormous beneath us. I grabbed the rod, tried to pull up the line. The lure disappeared into darkness, then snapped hard. My heart raced. I looked over the side. The water churned, and for a split second I saw the face. Pale, twisted, eyes empty, mouth open like it was screaming underwater. Then it vanished. Derek and I stared at each other, speechless, frozen in fear. I realized we couldn't stay there. I grabbed the oars, paddled as fast as I could toward shore. The water slapped the hull, the fog thickened, and I swore I could hear whispers beneath the surface, faint and sibilant. We made it to shore, breathless, hearts hammering. I looked back at the lake. The surface was calm again, glassy, as if nothing had happened. The mist drifted away slowly, but the shape lingered in my mind. The hand, the pale face, the limbs reaching. We loaded the boat onto the trailer, both silent, unsettled. We drove back toward the main road, leaving the lake behind, but I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following. That night, back in town, I couldn't sleep. Images of the lake kept flooding my mind. The pale shapes, the water breaking violently under the fog, the way the boat had almost capsized. I checked online the next day, trying to see if anything like it had ever happened there. I found a brief news article from decades ago. A boy had disappeared while swimming in Crystal Lake, never found. Local legends said the lake took those who got too curious. I had laughed at the story before, but now it felt real. Too real. Weeks later, I returned to Michigan to check on some equipment I had stored near the lake. I drove past the clearing. The lake looked normal, quiet, perfect. But I didn't feel safe. Even standing on the shore, I could feel eyes under the water. That same chill, that same sense of something massive lurking just out of reach. I never got in. I never fished there again. To this day, whenever I hear about remote lakes, silent waters, or early morning fog over water, I think of Crystal Lake, and I remember the shapes beneath the surface, the hand pressed against the water, the eyes staring at me. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, imagining I can hear the lake calling, whispering under the calm surface, telling me it's still there, waiting for the next fool who thinks it's just a quiet place to fish. Story, the end. The night before it all happened, I remember sitting at my kitchen table in Laramie, drinking cheap diner coffee gone cold, scrolling through old forum threads about trout behavior in late autumn. The wind rattled the window panes, a reminder that Wyoming was already preparing for winter, and I had no business planning a solo fishing trip into the Medicine Bow National Forest. But routine has a way of comforting the mind, and fishing had always been the one thing that quieted the noise in my head. When the days got short and the air smelled like drifting pine needles and distant snow, I always felt that pull to get out on the water. The place I chose that year wasn't one I'd fished before. It was a tucked away lake called Marion's Drop, barely a blue dot on most maps, buried under a mess of forestry roads that looked like a rattlesnake skeleton from above. I'd only heard about it twice. Once in passing from an older guy at the bait shop who said it had the biggest brook trout he'd ever seen, and once on a thread from 2013 where some guy posted grainy pictures of a massive fish with a pale, almost translucent belly. The comments instantly devolved into arguments about Photoshop, but the location he listed, Marion's Drop, stuck with me. The poster never replied again on that forum. His profile disappeared a week later. None of this felt strange to me at the time. Fishing lore is full of spots like that. Half rumor, half ghost story, half exaggeration. But I didn't go for the fish, not entirely. I went because I needed the silence, and those places always had plenty of that. I left before sunrise, the world still dark and brittle. My truck rattled along the forest road until it became more pothole than road. Eventually, I parked at a pull-off barely bigger than a living room rug and started hiking with my gear. The trees crowded close, branches interlacing overhead like ribs, and the smell of damp earth was heavy enough to taste. A faint trail led deeper into the woods, disappearing at times, reappearing where the ground dipped. I remember how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, vacant quiet, like the woods were holding their breath. The lake appeared suddenly through the trees, and its surface still as polished stone. It was smaller than I expected, but deep, unnaturally deep, the kind of blue that looks almost black. The shoreline was narrow, more mud than sand, and the pine trees leaned over it like voyeurs. The morning sun reflected off the water, but it didn't brighten it. The lake swallowed the light whole. Still, I felt excited. I set my pack down, rigged up my favorite rod, and cast out toward the center where the water looked the darkest. I expected the usual tug of small, curious fish, but instead the line drifted freely. Nothing moved beneath the surface. The lake was too still, too cold, no ripples, no minnows flitting by the shallows, not even a water strider skating on top. I told myself it was just the season. Late autumn shut everything down early up here. 2 hours passed without so much as a nibble, but oddly, that didn't bother me. I felt strangely calm, heavy but calm, like something warm had settled behind my ribs, making the quiet feel almost welcome. My phone had no service, no surprise there, but I wasn't itching for it. Even the cold didn't bite as sharply as it should have. The longer I stood by the water, the more insulated I felt from everything else. Then the tug came. It nearly ripped the rod out of my hands. A violent downward pull that surged through the line like a live wire. I braced my feet in the mud, heart pounding, and leaned back with everything I had. Whatever was on that line was heavier than any trout I'd ever fought. It didn't thrash like a fish. It pulled, slow and powerful, like something dragging itself up from the bottom. Jesus, I muttered, tightening my grip. The surface broke, just a swirl at first. Then a broad shape rolled beneath the water, pale as bone. My breath caught. The fish, if it was a fish, was massive, easily 30 inches or more. But what struck me wasn't the size, it was the color. The belly was white, almost too white, like the soft underskin of something that had never seen the sun. And its fins were long, strangely frayed at the ends as though they'd been torn or rotted. The fish dove hard again, nearly jerking me forward. My boots slipped in the mud and the line cut into my glove as it screamed across the water. I fought it for what felt like forever, adrenaline overriding every instinct that told me to let go and cut the line. Finally, with one last pull, I managed to drag it toward the shallows. That's when I realized something was wrong. Really, deeply wrong. As the fish rolled again, I saw its head clearly for the first time. The jaw was overextended, stretched unnaturally wide, and the eyes, God, the eyes, were clouded over, milky and bulging like they'd swollen in deep pressure. The gills fluttered not rhythmically, but in spasms, like they were struggling against something inside. My stomach lurched. I scrambled backward as the fish thrashed once violently, then went still. Too still. The line went slack. I inched forward cautiously, rod shaking in my hands. The fish floated at the surface, belly up, twisted slightly to one side. Its skin looked wrong. Thin, as if the slightest touch would peel it back. I reached out with the tip of my rod, gently nudging it. The belly split open, not slowly, not like decay or pressure. It tore open in one sudden wet rip, spilling out a mass of dark, gelatinous tissue that writhed in the cold air. Something long and eel-like slipped free, thrashing violently before sinking into the dark water. Another followed, and another. I stumbled backwards so fast I nearly fell. The fish, what remained of it, twisted, convulsed, and then, with a sickening pop, sank beneath the surface, leaving only a thin trail of blood swirling on top like ink in water. My mind fought to explain what I'd seen. Parasitic infestation? Some horrific mutation? I'd caught odd fish before, ones with lesions, swollen eyes, worms, but nothing like that. Nothing close. The warmth in my chest evaporated, replaced by a cold dread that seeped straight into my bones. I needed to leave. I reeled in the slack line quickly and slung my pack over my shoulder. But the woods weren't quiet anymore. Twigs snapped in the tree line. Leaves rustled despite the lack of wind. The air felt thicker, heavier. Halfway down the trail back to my truck, I heard water sloshing behind me. Not gently, like waves. Violently, like something thrashing at the surface. I didn't look back. My pace quickened. The pack bounced against my spine, my breath forming frantic clouds in the air. The trail seemed longer than before, twisting in ways I didn't remember. I felt watched, not followed. Watched, like eyes pressed against my back. Then came the smell, a putrid chemical tang, like rotting fish mixed with stagnant swamp water. It hit me in a wave, making my eyes water. The sound of water sloshing grew louder, too loud to be just the lake. I forced myself forward, almost running now. The woods pressed tighter around me, branches snagging at my jacket. The smell grew stronger. My stomach lurched again. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw my truck, I felt a wave of relief so strong it nearly buckled my knees. Then I saw the footprints, wet, dark prints leading from the forest edge to the back of my truck. Not human footprints, not boots. More like fin impressions dragged across the gravel, elongated smears with wide triangular ends. Each one left a slick, black residue that gleamed under the thin sunlight. Something had been here. Something had gotten out of that lake. I forced myself to approach the truck, keys trembling in my hand. The smell was stronger here, too. When I reached the tailgate, I froze. My tackle box was open. The lures inside were rearranged. No, not rearranged. Removed. Scattered on the ground in a perfect half circle as though placed there intentionally. Every lure that had a bright reflective surface had been crushed. Not by a boot. By teeth. Impossibly sharp teeth. I didn't think. I didn't analyze. I got into my truck and sped down the forest road so fast the undercarriage was scraping on rocks. My hands were shaking the entire time, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something crawling out of the tree line. When I finally made it back to the main road, I didn't go home. I drove straight to the small ranger station near Centennial. There was only one ranger on duty, a guy named Bill I'd talked to twice before. He was ex-military, no nonsense, and the type who wouldn't humor me if I sounded hysterical. But when I told him what happened, his expression changed in a way I'll never forget. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowed, not in disbelief, but in recognition. He knew something. He didn't ask for details about the fish. He didn't ask for clarification about the footprints. He asked me only one question. You went to Marion's drop? I nodded. He exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand over his face. You need to listen carefully, and you need to understand that I can't file a report on this. I asked why. He hesitated. Then he told me a story. Decades ago, back in the early 90s, a biology research group from a university in Colorado had come up into the forest without proper permits. They were studying aquatic microbial life, experimental strains engineered to survive extreme environments. When the rangers found evidence of their camp, the group was gone, leaving only equipment behind. Hazmat suits, vials, containers with biohazard symbols, some broken, some empty. None of the researchers were ever found. The lake nearest the site was Marion's Drop. Over the years, the rangers kept people away from it by quietly omitting it from maps, redirecting hikers, and pretending the roads to it were inaccessible. But some people still found it. Hunters, campers, fishermen. A few of them reported strange fish. Some reported getting sick afterward, and a handful, just a handful, never came back. Bill told me they were supposed to drain the lake once in the late 90s, but the operation was shut down from higher up. No explanation. No follow-up. We don't go near it anymore, he said, not since the incident in '09. When I asked what happened in '09, he shook his head and stood up, refusing to say more. He told me to go home, wash everything I had with bleach, and throw away my boots. He told me not to go back to the forest for a few weeks. And he told me, with a voice so low it nearly shook, if you hear anything strange at night, water sloshing, dripping, don't go outside. Don't look out the window. Whatever you think you saw today, whatever touched your gear, it doesn't stop at the lake. I didn't sleep that night. Because sometime around 2 a.m., as I sat awake on my couch with every light in the house on, I heard it. A wet, dragging sound across my porch. Slow, deliberate, accompanied by a faint chemical stench that seeped through the cracks under the door. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I didn't look. When the sound finally faded, I stayed awake until sunrise, sitting in silence, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. But I never went fishing alone again. I never went back to that forest. And every now and then, no matter where I am, no matter the season, I swear I can smell that same rotting chemical scent drifting through my window, just faint enough to doubt myself, just strong enough to know I'm not imagining it. Story the end. The first time I heard about Deadwater Inlet was from an old man at a gas station outside Bar Harbor, Maine. He had one of those worn, sea-leathered faces, and he was hunched over a styrofoam cup of black coffee, staring at me like he already knew something I didn't. When I told him I planned to fish along the remote coast north of the park, places where the map faded into marsh and the logging roads stretched miles without homes, he didn't smile or ask what I was chasing. He just muttered, "If you hear something under the water, don't answer it." I laughed then, the way people laugh when they don't know what else to do. But later, miles down a dirt lane, choked with pines, with my rented cabin nothing more than a 2-room shack beside miles of untouched coastline, I remembered that line. And I didn't laugh again. I had come up for solitude, something my life in Boston never gave me anymore. I'd worked the same marketing job for 8 years, slowly becoming a stranger to myself, sleeping less, snapping more, and feeling like I was living someone else's days. Fishing was the last thing that made me feel grounded. I thought a week alone would settle me. I didn't know that the problem with remote places isn't their silence, it's the things that break it. The first 2 days were calm. I fished the tidal channels, caught some striper, saw no one except a pair of kayakers far out from shore. Evenings were cold, yet fog-heavy. Nights were darker than anything I'd known. No cars, no airplanes, no glow of towns over the trees, just blackness and the sound of the Atlantic breathing in and out. On the third morning, I walked half a mile down the stony shoreline to a narrow cove that wasn't on any fishing forums or maps. The guidebook called it Deadwater Inlet. Most people apparently didn't bother hiking in. The place didn't feel wrong at first, just untouched, which is its own kind of eerie. The stones were the color of old bone. The water didn't move much, even though the tide was shifting, as if something deeper held it still. But the fishing was promising. On my first cast, something heavy struck the line hard enough to nearly yank the rod from my hands. The fight was short, though. Whatever I hooked dove fast, then the line went slack. When I reeled in, the end of my leader wasn't cut or frayed. It looked unraveled, like someone had been picking it apart. I told myself it must have snagged on a rock. By noon, fog drifted in, thick as wet wool. I packed up and started back, following the shoreline curve and the thin trail beyond the rocks. The fog hushed everything, the tide, the gulls, even my own footsteps. At some point, I realized I couldn't hear anything but my breathing. And then, faint through the fog, somewhere offshore, I heard it. A knocking. 3 slow taps, like something striking wood. I stopped walking. The knocking came again, steady, deliberate, as if someone were knocking on the hull of a boat underwater. There were no boats, no docks, nothing man-made nearby. I should have left, I know that now. But people don't flee from strange sounds in the fog until it's too late. They freeze, they listen, they rationalize. When the fog shifted, I caught a glimpse of something dark on the water. A shape, maybe 15 yards out. It was too low to be a boat, too angular to be driftwood. Its edges seemed almost geometric. Then the fog swallowed it again. I hurried back to the cabin, telling myself it was just debris from a storm. But I didn't sleep well that night. Waves pounded the rocks louder than usual, and at 3 a.m. I woke to what sounded like a voice carried on the wind. A single word stretched thin, hey. The exact tone someone might use if they dropped something behind you and wanted your attention. But there was no one for miles. The next morning I nearly packed up and left. But the day was clear, sunlight breaking bright across the water, and it felt foolish to run from fog and noises. That's the thing about fear in the wilderness. It looks ridiculous in daylight. By late morning, I was back at Deadwater Inlet. This time, something was wrong before I even reached the cove. A dead seal lay on the rocks, at least most of one. The head was gone, not torn or bitten, but removed cleanly. The edges were smooth, too smooth. I crouched beside it, nausea twisting my gut. I'd seen shark bites before. This wasn't that. The tide lapped higher on the rocks, and I realized something else was off. There were no flies, no smell, no scavengers. As if nothing wanted to touch it, I backed away and moved farther along the rocks to cast. For the first hour, nothing happened. No bites, no sounds, no shapes in the water. I even started to believe the seal had washed in from somewhere else. But around afternoon, the tide dropped farther than I'd ever seen it. The waterline retreated dozens of feet, revealing dark ridges of stone and seaweed that hadn't been exposed earlier. The inlet floor was uneven, deep channels running between jagged slabs of rock like trenches. In one of those channels, something glinted. Thinking it was a lost lure, I climbed down to grab it. It wasn't a lure. It was a fishing swivel. My brand. The exact size and color I'd been using the previous day, and the snap was bent open, not broken, pulled, hard. A cold feeling spread through me, a mix of recognition and dread. Something had taken my line yesterday and pulled this off. As I stared at it, something moved at the far end of the channel. A ripple, no a disturbance, like a shadow passing under the surface, slow, deliberate. I backed up instinctively, stepping onto the stones again. The water there was too shallow for anything big, but the shadow moved anyway. The ripple widened. The water bulged upward, just slightly, as though something large were rising beneath it. Then it stopped. Silence. The tide began rushing back in faster than normal, climbing the rocks, filling the trenches with an urgency that felt unnatural. I grabbed my gear and scrambled back up the slope. The water in the channel churned, but nothing surfaced. I didn't go back to that inlet for the rest of the day. I sat at the cabin porch with a beer, staring out at the water, waiting for something else to happen. It did. Just after sunset, I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, wet, heavy. I froze. The nearest houses were 10 miles south. No one should be walking here. The footsteps moved around the side of the cabin, squelching in the soft earth. My mind scrambled for possibilities. Moose? Lost hiker? Drunk fisherman? None fit the pacing. None fit the sound. When they stopped under the window, I held my breath. A low voice whispered from outside. Not angry, not pleading, just curious. Hey. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited with every muscle locked. After maybe 10 seconds, the footsteps moved away toward the direction of Deadwater Inlet. I stayed awake the entire night with the lights on. At dawn, I convinced myself it had been an animal, that exhaustion had turned it into something else. I decided to leave that day, but before packing, I needed to see the inlet once more. Not for bravery, but to understand something that had been nagging at me. Voices don't mimic human speech unless they've heard it. Something out there, whatever was knocking beneath the fog, whatever was whispering at night, had spoken with intention. And deep down, I needed proof I wasn't losing my grip on reality. I walked toward the inlet along the shoreline, heart pounding, every sense alert. Sunlight glinted off the water. The wind was calm. Nothing seemed out of place. Until I reached the cove, my blood ran cold. Someone had arranged stones on the shore, dozens of them, each the size of a fist. They formed a rough circle, maybe 10 feet wide. Inside the circle, my missing hook and a piece of my broken leader lay on the ground. And next to them, a footprint. Not human. Not any animal I knew, about the size of my hand, 5 long, narrow toes. No claw marks, no heel. Almost like a handprint, but wrong. Too stretched, too smooth. I stumbled backward and nearly fell. Behind me, something splashed. I turned toward the water. At first, I saw only my own warped reflection in the inlet. Then the water shifted, and a shape broke the surface, slowly, like it didn't care whether I saw it. A head. Not fully human, but close enough to trigger some ancient instinct inside me. Smooth, pale skin, no hair, eyes too dark, too large, and too still, no visible nose, a mouth that didn't quite close. It looked at me. Not through me, at me. And then in a warped, gurgling voice that sounded like something trying to mimic speech from underwater, it said, "Hey." I ran. Branches whipped my arms, my boots slid on moss. I didn't stop until the cabin came into view. I threw everything into my truck without caring whether it broke. I didn't lock the door. I didn't look back. But as I started the engine, something moved at the tree line. Pale skin, dark eyes, watching, not chasing, as if it knew I wouldn't come back. I drove for hours until I reached the highway, and even then, I kept checking the rearview mirror every few minutes, expecting to see something crawling along the asphalt behind me. I didn't report it. What would I have said? That something in the ocean made a circle of stones and spoke my language? But something followed me home in a way. 3 weeks later, in Boston, I woke at 2 a.m. to the sound of water dripping. I walked to the kitchen, thinking I'd left the sink running. It wasn't the sink. A puddle spread across the floor, leading from the doorway to the center of the room, and in that puddle, 5 long, narrow, hand-shaped prints. Not footprints. Prints, wet, fresh, leading toward the living room windows. The lock was unlatched. The window was open a crack. And outside, far down the alley, I heard a sound I will never forget as long as I live. 3 slow knocks on something hollow, followed by, "Hey," not shouted, not whispered, just spoken, like an invitation. I moved out the next day. I moved 3 states away. I don't fish anymore. Sometimes at night, when everything is still, I swear I can hear faint knocking under the floorboards or in the pipes or somewhere deeper beneath the city. Always 3 taps, always patient. As if whatever I saw in that inlet is still trying to figure out how to get me to answer back. I never do. Because the old man at the gas station was right. If you hear something under the water, don't answer it. Story the end. The evening light was slipping behind the tree line when I backed my old Ford down the gravel ramp at Willowbreak Reservoir, the aluminum hull of my John boat rattling softly on the trailer as I eased it into the water. I'd fished those waters most of my adult life. Early mornings with my dad when I was a teenager, quiet nights with a lantern hung off the bow, even a few rowdy camping weekends with friends. But that late September trip, the one I took alone, was the first time I ever felt like the lake itself was watching me. Willowbreak wasn't a tourist lake. It didn't have cabins, rentals, or a beach. It was just a wide sprawl of cold water shaped like a crooked boot, surrounded by old timber that had once been part of a logging site. Half-sunken stumps still sat beneath the surface in places, waiting to tear up the bottom of any boat unlucky enough to drift over them. Only locals fished there. Folks like me, who liked the quiet, who didn't mind the drive out on the rutted county road, or the fact that cell service blinked out 5 miles before the turnoff. I'd planned to stay the whole night, hoping to land one of the massive channel cats that prowled near the dam when the air cooled. My wife, Allison, had teased me that morning as I packed up the rods, telling me I acted like I needed the lake more than the fish did. Maybe I did. Work had been hell, money was tight, and I wasn't sleeping much. Out on the water, I felt like I could breathe again. I tied off the boat at the dock, tossed my gear inside, then parked the truck up near the tree line. It was full dark by the time I pushed away from shore, the reservoir glassy and still, holding the reflection of the rising moon like a polished mirror. Crickets chirped along the bank, and somewhere deeper in the woods a barred owl called out. I let the small electric motor hum us toward the deep channel on the north side, the one that dropped fast and cold. I'd brought a thermos of coffee, 2 sandwiches, and a cooler packed with ice. My lantern flickered on, bright and steady, casting a circle of gold across the boat's floor. I got the lines ready, baited the hooks, and cast them out into the darkness. The bobbers vanished beyond the lantern glow, swallowed by the lake. For the first hour, everything was calm, peaceful, the kind of quiet fishermen crave, the quiet that isn't empty but full of small natural sounds that remind you you're not alone, even when there's no one else around. Then the water breathed. I heard it before I saw anything, a deep rolling exhale from somewhere out on the lake, a sound too big to be a fish, too smooth to be wind. I straightened slowly, my hand tightening around the lantern handle as I leaned forward. Nothing moved. The surface lay still, barely rippling. I told myself it was just a beaver or a muskrat, maybe a deer stepping into the water somewhere along the shallows. But then I heard it again, closer, a low, hollow woof, like something large clearing its lungs. I tried shaking it off. Animals make noise. Lakes make noise. I went back to adjusting my lines, checking the knots, sipping coffee that had gone lukewarm, but the uneasy prickling at the back of my neck didn't fade. Around 9 o'clock, the right rod bent hard, nearly sliding off the boat. I lunged and grabbed it, heart hammering, expecting a big cat. But whatever was on the other end wasn't fighting like any catfish I'd ever hooked. It wasn't thrashing or diving. It was pulling steadily, smoothly, like it didn't care at all that a hook was in its mouth, or that I was trying with both hands to hold it back. The drag screamed. My knuckles went white around the cork handle. I braced my boots against the bench. Then, as fast as the rod had bent, it snapped back upright. Line slack. Just like that. I reeled in, my pulse thumping in my ears. The hook was gone. Line snapped clean through. Not frayed, not stretched. Snapped. I stared at it a long time, my breath fogging in the cool night air. Something about it felt wrong. Like I hadn't just lost a fish but been let go. I tied a fresh leader on slower than usual, glancing often at the water. Every small splash made my shoulders tense. When the breeze died down and the trees on the bank stilled, the world got too quiet, like the entire reservoir was holding its breath. Around 10:30, clouds crawled over the moon, turning the water to black glass. My lantern hummed softly, attracting moths that fluttered close before spiraling away. I checked the lines again. Nothing. That was when I saw it. A ripple, just one. But it wasn't round like a fish surfacing. It was long, too long, almost like a body sliding beneath the surface, moving slow, steady. I leaned closer and the hair on my arms stood straight up. In the far edge of the lantern glow, maybe 30 feet away, something broke the surface. Just a shape, a hump of some kind. Dark, smooth. It rose maybe 6 inches above the water before dipping back down without a splash. My mind raced. Sturgeon, maybe? They weren't common in the reservoir, but I'd heard rumors of some being stocked decades back. But sturgeon don't move like that. Don't breathe like that. I sat perfectly still, my fingers curled tight around the bench. Then I made the stupidest decision of the night. I picked up the lantern and held it out over the water, trying to see farther into the darkness. That's when everything changed. The lantern light glinted off something just below the surface. Not eyes, not scales, but something pale. Something shaped like a hand. It was only visible for a heartbeat before it vanished beneath the black water, but I swear on everything I love, it was a hand. Human-shaped, but longer, the fingers too thin, too tapered, as if they were meant for reaching through water rather than air. My breath locked. I lowered the lantern slowly, terrified of dropping it, of losing my only light. The lake made no sound. I thought about starting the motor and heading back. I really did. But something, curiosity, fear of looking foolish, or maybe the stubborn certainty that I must have imagined it, kept me frozen. The next sound cut through the night like a knife, a splash behind me. Not a small splash. A full body crash into the water like someone had jumped in. I spun so fast the boat rocked hard. Lantern light wobbled over the surface. Ripples spread outward behind the stern. Something had disturbed the water. Something big. That was it. I lunged for the motor, fumbling for the switch, but the instant the propeller whirred to life, something struck the bottom of the boat. Hard. The whole John boat lurched, metal groaning. I fell against the side, grabbing the rim to keep from tumbling into the lake. Another hit, this one from the left. Then another from the right, faster, like whatever was down there was circling me, testing the hull. I tried to gun the motor, but the prop sputtered, choked, died. Dead silence followed, except for my ragged breathing. I knelt, shaking, my palms flat against the metal floor. I felt a vibration beneath me, a slow, deliberate scraping along the underside of the boat, like nails trailing across metal. That was when a new sound sliced into the night, a voice, faint, gurgling, like someone calling from underwater. Help! My heart stopped. It wasn't possible. There hadn't been another boat on the lake. No campers, no swimmers, no one. The voice came again close this time. Help me! I gripped the side of the boat and forced myself to look over the edge. At first, I saw only my reflection and the glow of the lantern, but as the ripples settled, something pale floated just below the surface. A face. A woman's face. Her eyes were open, milky and unfocused. Dark hair fanned around her like weeds. Her lips moved, releasing bubbles that drifted upward. Please. I lurched backward so violently I nearly toppled the lantern. The boat rocked dangerously. When I looked again, the face was gone, swallowed by darkness. I wanted to scream, to jump in and swim to shore, even though it was too far and the water too cold, to do anything except stay trapped in that tiny metal boat. But before I could move, a hand, white, swollen, wrong, shot out of the water and clamped onto the rim of the boat. I shouted, kicking at it. The fingers were impossibly long, jointed in ways that weren't human. They wrapped around the metal edge, pulling. I grabbed the paddle and swung hard. The hand slipped off with a sickening splash, but another grabbed on. Then another. One near the bow, one near the stern. Shapes moved beneath the surface, several of them, circling, rising. The boat tilted toward the water. I scrambled to the center, panting, heart pounding so loud it drowned out every other sound. Then, as if responding to some unseen signal, all the hands let go. Silence. The water smoothed out, unbroken. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, waiting for another impact, another grab. But nothing came. Eventually, with trembling fingers, I tried the motor again. This time, it sputtered to life. I didn't look behind me, didn't breathe until the dock came into view. When the boat scraped against the wood, I jumped out so fast I slipped and bruised my knee. I pulled the boat halfway onto the shore rather than waste time tying it up. Every instinct screamed at me to run. The woods felt wrong as I hurried to the truck. Too still. Too dark. My flashlight beam shook wildly, catching on branches that looked like reaching arms. I slammed the truck door shut, locked it twice, and drove until my hands stopped shaking enough to grip the wheel properly. When I finally reached home, I parked in the driveway and just sat there staring straight ahead until the sun started to rise. I told Allison I'd had engine trouble, that I fell in the boat and scared myself. I didn't mention the hands, the face, the voice, because saying it out loud would make it real. I planned to never go back. And I didn't, at least not until spring when the thaw melted the last of the snow and the county sheriff's office put out a notice asking for volunteers to help search the reservoir. A woman had gone missing, they said. A hiker, last seen near the dam weeks earlier. They suspected she'd fallen through thin ice during a warm spell. I didn't volunteer, but I watched from my truck as they launched search boats, dragging the deep channel. On the third day, they pulled up 3 bodies. Not one, 3. All in similar stages of decay, all tangled together as if something had gathered them up and kept them hidden. When I saw the photos in the paper, the pale faces, the bloated fingers, I felt my stomach drop. One of them was the woman whose face I had seen under the water. I didn't go to the lake again, not even to drive past it. I sold my boat that summer, the dents from the hits still visible on the underside. The man who bought it asked me what caused them. I told him I hit a stump. I still hear the voice sometimes, though, usually late at night when the house is quiet, a faint, gurgling whisper drifting through my dreams. Help me. And in the darkness behind my eyelids, I always see the same thing, a pale hand rising from black water, fingers long and reaching, waiting. Story the end. The air was damp that early September morning in northern Michigan, the kind of chill that creeps into your bones even before you touch the water. I had borrowed my cousin's old John boat, a flat-bottomed thing with peeling blue paint and a sputtering outboard motor, to head up to Pine Lake, a remote spot off the main road, mostly known to locals and a few weekend campers. I'd been fishing there a handful of times before, but that was summer, light and warm, and the lake always seemed friendly. That morning it felt different. I launched at sunrise, the mist rising off the water in soft gray tendrils. The lake was silent, save for the splash of my oars and the occasional distant bird. I aimed for a cove on the far side where the water was deeper, shadows from pine trees reaching long across the lake, and cast my line with a spinnerbait. The first few hours passed slowly. I caught a few perch, small, ordinary, nothing to brag about. Around 9 a.m., I saw movement along the tree line, a flash of white, then nothing. I assumed it was a deer or a heron, but something felt off. My gut tightened, and I scanned the shoreline. The trees were thick, but for a moment I thought I saw a shape moving behind the trunks, keeping pace with me as I drifted. I shook my head. Paranoia, I told myself. By late morning, the wind picked up slightly, and the surface of the lake rippled under my boat. I anchored near a sunken stand of birch trees where the water darkened with depth. I dropped my line straight down and waited. That's when I felt it. A tug, not a fish, but something pulling, hard. I grabbed the rod, heart racing. The line screamed as something immense tugged it downward. I reeled with all my strength, and the water erupted. It wasn't a fish. Not entirely. A massive shape rose, its head breaking the surface, and my stomach dropped. Pale, almost translucent skin like hair matted with weeds and water. Eyes black as coal, staring straight at me. Its arms were long, disproportionate, dragging water as it rose. The thing hissed, a wet, gurgling sound that reverberated in my chest. I froze. My heart pounded so loudly I thought it would echo across the lake. The boat lurched. I scrambled to the side, oars flailing. The creature grabbed the hull with one hand, scraping the wood with nails like rusted hooks. The boat tipped dangerously. I swung an oar, hitting its arm. It let out a sound, a mix of a scream and a gurgle, and released. I plunged the oars into the water, paddling like my life depended on it, because it did. I didn't look back, but I heard it following, something splashing behind me in rhythm with my frantic strokes. I could hear branches snapping along the shallow banks as it moved parallel to me. My lungs burned. My arms ached. The mist wrapped around me like a shroud. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably 20 minutes, I spotted the boat launch in the distance. My relief was short-lived. The outboard sputtered. I twisted the cord again and again. Dead. The creature surged, water foaming around it. I grabbed the anchor rope, tied it to the cleat, and swung the boat toward the shallows, dragging myself forward by brute force. By the time I reached land, I was soaked, trembling, lungs heaving. I looked back. The lake was calm again, silent as if nothing had happened. No mist, no ripple, just water, perfectly still. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, stress, maybe a hallucination fueled by too much coffee and early rising. I didn't speak to anyone about it. Pine Lake was small-town territory, people who didn't like outsiders or tall tales. 2 nights later, I woke to the sound of water dripping in my bedroom. I thought I'd left a faucet on, but the house was silent otherwise. Then a soft scraping along the siding outside my window. I froze. A shadow passed. I dared not move. The shadow lingered just beyond the glass. I called a friend who lived closer to the lake. He told me stories I hadn't heard before, about drownings over the years, about fishermen disappearing or returning pale, silent, and shaken, about a lake man, they called it, a figure said to drag boats into deep water if disturbed. They joked, but not really. I avoided the lake for months, but nightmares followed me, being pulled under by hands covered in algae, hair floating in the water, eyes staring through the mist. Every time I slept, I woke gasping, feeling wet water, smelling the lake mud. One spring, curiosity, or foolishness, drew me back. I went with 2 friends this time, boating out mid-morning. We were laughing, trying to shake off tension, catching small bass. Everything seemed normal. Then, near the same sunken birch trees, our lines went taut simultaneously. Something enormous was below. One friend tried to reel in, but the line snapped. I looked over the edge. The figure emerged again. Dark eyes, waterlogged hair, skin pale, limbs too long, towering. Its gaze fixed on me. My friend screamed. I grabbed an oar, swung, missed. The creature dove, the water around us churning violently. We barely got the motor started and headed for shore. Even after we left, I felt it. In the mist along roads near Pine Lake, in the sound of dripping water in empty rooms, in shadows at the edge of the woods. I sold the John boat. I moved towns. But sometimes on quiet mornings, I swear I hear splashing behind me, just out of sight. I will never fish Pine Lake again. Story, the end. The first time I ever told anyone about what happened on Gorman Lake, I kept my voice low, half expecting the dark water to hear me even from 1,000 miles away. It's been 23 years now, and the memory hasn't thinned one bit. Some stories just settle into your bones and stay there. I don't care if anyone believes it. I only care that I finally say it all the way through. I grew up in northern Michigan, the kind of place where you learn to tie a lure before you know how to multiply. Fishing wasn't a hobby. It was a rhythm. Spring thaw, summer bass, fall pike, winter ice shanties. My dad taught me early how to read a lake's language, where the drop-offs were hidden under glassy surfaces, how the reeds whispered when perch were schooling, how the wind tugged differently when a storm was rolling in. But Gorman Lake, nobody taught me anything about that place. People didn't talk about it much at all. I first heard the name when I was 19. A guy I knew from the hardware store, Dave Morrell, mentioned it while we were unloading a shipment of boat batteries. "You ever fish Gorman?" he asked. I told him I hadn't even heard of it. He paused, like deciding something, then shook his head. "Good. Keep it that way." He walked off before I could ask anything else. A few days later, I brought it up to my Uncle Ray, a retired game warden. Ray had that old-timer's posture where one shoulder sat permanently higher than the other. He was drinking coffee on his porch when I asked. "That lake should have stayed a swamp," he muttered. "They dredged it in the 50s to make room for logging access. Water filled in places it shouldn't have. The land was strange there." "What do you mean, strange?" He stared out toward the birch line at the edge of his yard. "Just leave it alone, Nathan." I'd grown up around men who loved to scare boys with rumors of haunted hunting cabins and backwoods wendigos. I figured Gorman Lake was just another local legend meant to keep inexperienced anglers from wandering too far out. So naturally, the more they warned me, the more I wanted to see it. I didn't even decide consciously. One Saturday morning in late September, with the first thin frost accenting the grass, I just loaded my gear into my truck and drove north. The road narrowed the farther I went. Asphalt became cracked asphalt, then dirt, then something that was dirt only by the generosity of definition. According to the old map I dug out of my dad's workshop, Gorman Lake was a few miles northeast of an abandoned logging mill. I found the mill easily enough. Its red paint was almost gone, leaving nothing but weather-stained boards and a collapsed tin roof. But the lake wasn't visible from the road. I parked and followed a barely-there trail through cedar and thick undergrowth. The smell of the place hit me first, peat and stagnant moss, the kind of deep, wet earth that never truly dries. After 15 minutes of pushing through brush, sunlight opened suddenly overhead, and I stepped out onto the gravelly shoulder of Gorman Lake. It wasn't big, maybe 80 acres. The water was unusually dark, almost black, as if the bottom were made of ash instead of sand and stone. There were no houses, no docks, no canoes pulled up on shore. In fact, there were no signs anyone had been here in years. But it was quiet, really quiet, and to a 19-year-old kid, with more confidence than sense, that meant fish. I'd brought my dad's old aluminum rowboat strapped to the truck bed. After dragging it through the brush, sweating harder than the cool air warranted, I pushed it into the lake. The surface lay still, unnervingly still, as though the water didn't understand wind the way other lakes did. I paddled out toward where I guessed the drop-off might be. Even then, I could tell the lake's depth changed sharply. One moment I could see pale pebbles under the hull, the next moment nothing but blackness. At first, nothing happened. I switched lures a few times, cast toward partially submerged logs. Tried different retrieval speeds. Nothing. Then the tug came, sharp enough to snap my arm downward and nearly pull the rod out of my hands. Hooked, I thought, adrenaline rushing. Big one. Whatever was on the line didn't fight like a bass or pike. It didn't dart, it didn't rise or dive. It just pulled. Steady, powerful, almost deliberate. The rod bent to its limit. I braced my boots against the ribs of the boat and leaned back, my shoulders screaming. For a moment, the water around the boat rippled in wide circles. Something large broke the tension at the surface. Just a shape, pale and long. Longer than anything I'd ever seen in freshwater. But then the line snapped, clean through. I fell backward hard enough to bruise my spine. By the time I scrambled up, the water was already calm again. A normal fisherman would have taken that as a sign to pack up. 19-year-old me simply retied a leader and cast again. For hours, I caught nothing. My mind kept circling around what I'd glimpsed. The unnatural length of it, the smooth, pale surface, like a carcass gone too long in the water. I kept telling myself it was just a sturgeon or an unusually big muskie. Even so, something about its movement had chilled me. By mid-afternoon, the sky had clouded over. A metal gray layer spread across the horizon, and the wind died entirely, leaving the lake so silent I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I was thinking about heading back when I saw something float up near the far shore, a square shape, maybe a cooler or bait box. It bobbed a little but didn't drift. Curiosity tugged at me. Maybe someone else had been fishing here recently. I paddled over. As I got closer, the shape sharpened, wooden, not plastic. A small handcrafted box with rusted metal corners. It was old, waterlogged, but sealed tight. Something about it made my skin tighten. It looked more like a keepsake chest than anything a fisherman would bring. I reached over the side, grabbed it, nearly dropped it, because the wood felt warm. Not just sun-warmed, warm in a way that was wrong, like body temperature. I set it in the bottom of the boat, breathing faster. I told myself the warmth was in my head, then reached to open it, but a sudden sound stopped me. A splash. Heavy, behind me. I spun. Nothing disturbed the lake except a widening ring of ripples. No fish breached again. No log floated. Just that circle spreading wider and wider. Then another splash, this time to my left, then to my right. Something was surfacing just long enough to make the sound, then vanishing. I gripped the oars, but I couldn't move. My nerves locked my muscles in place. The splashes grew closer, slow, deliberate, surrounding me. Then I saw it in the water directly behind the boat, a shape rising just below the surface, pale like the thing I'd nearly reeled in. But this was bigger, much bigger. Its length stretched into the darkness below, disappearing entirely. The surface bulged slightly, as though something enormous grazed against it from underneath. Finally, instinct kicked in, and I rowed, digging the oars hard, pulling water with frantic strokes. The boat lurched forward. Ripples surged behind me, fast, directional. Something was following. I didn't look back. Not until the shoreline came into view, the reeds whispering like they were urging me in. When I reached the shallows, the boat scraped bottom, and I practically leapt onto land. I dragged the boat halfway up onto the gravel before turning back. The water had gone still again. Perfectly, unnaturally still. The box sat forgotten in the boat, but as soon as I reached down to get it, a cold jolt hit my spine. Something in me screamed to leave it, so I did. I grabbed my gear and ran. On the hike back, the woods felt wrong. Shadows pooled between trees in a way that didn't match the sky. Once I swore I heard something slithering along the lake's edge behind me, branches cracking softly, steadily. When I reached my truck, my hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before starting the engine. I didn't breathe easy until I hit the paved highway again. I tried telling myself it was just a big fish. Nerves. Imagination. But the next morning, the nightmares started. Every night I dreamt of dark water pressing against the hull of the boat, something huge passing under me. The pale shape rising, just beneath the surface. The box, the warmth of it, sitting at my feet as if waiting to be opened. After a week, I drove back to my Uncle Ray's house. He'd always been the no-nonsense type, but when I told him what I'd seen, his face drained of color. "You touched anything on that lake?" he asked. "Just an old wooden box." I said, "I left it." He muttered a curse under his breath. I pressed him. "What is it about that place? What's in the lake?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he He got up, rummaged through a drawer in his kitchen, and came back with a folded map older than any I'd seen. He spread it on the table. Gorman wasn't always a lake, he said. Used to be marshland sitting over a cave system. The logging company in 52 wanted a reservoir, so they brought in dredging rigs. But something happened. The crew didn't talk much, but 3 men left the site and never came back. Locals said the water filled the marsh faster than it should have, like the ground swallowed it. I felt cold. And the box? Ray hesitated. That area used to be the site of a settler family back in the late 1800s. The Gormans. Whole homestead flooded and sank into the marsh after heavy autumn rains. Some say their land was cursed. Others said something under the marsh took them. Took them? He leveled his gaze at me. On that ground, animals disappeared. People, too. They heard things moving where there shouldn't have been anything big enough to make those sounds. I stared at him. Why the hell didn't anybody close the place off? People forgot, he said simply, until the lake reminded them again. I didn't sleep much after that. The dreams grew sharper, more vivid. Some nights I woke choking on phantom water. One night I woke because I swore I heard oars dipping softly outside my window, though I lived miles from any lake. It escalated the night I woke to find mud on my bedroom floor, just smeared footprints, wet, leading from the door to the edge of my bed. My boots were clean, my window was locked, and the mud smelled like the stagnant peat around Gorman Lake. That was the moment I realized leaving the lake wasn't enough. Something had followed me. I needed to go back. The idea lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. I told myself I needed closure, that facing things would make the nightmares stop. But deep down, I knew something darker was pulling me there. Something that didn't want to be left alone. I didn't tell anyone. Before dawn, one cold October morning, I took my truck and drove north again. The mill looked different. New scratches scored the wood's siding, fresh gouges in patterns I didn't recognize, as though something large had scraped past. I forced myself through the woods. Every step felt watched. The trees seemed to lean inward, crowding closer the farther I went. When I reached the lake, the sight froze me. My boat wasn't where I'd left it. It was floating 30 feet offshore, not drifting. Positioned, centered, waiting. My stomach twisted into a knot. The wooden box sat inside it. The boat had been pulled back onto the water. There was no other explanation, but I walked toward it anyway. Like I said, I was drawn. My boots sank into the muddy bank as I waded toward the boat. When I climbed inside, the air around me turned cold. The box sat exactly where I'd left it, except now the lid wasn't sealed. It was cracked open. Just a sliver. I don't know why I reached for it. Part of me didn't want to. Part of me felt if I didn't, something worse would happen. I lifted the lid. Inside lay what looked at first like a coiled length of rope. Waterlogged, grayish. But when I touched it, it wasn't rough like hemp. It was soft, smooth, like flesh. I jerked my hand back. The coil shifted, not because of the boat rocking. It moved on its own, unraveled just slightly, enough for me to see something that haunts me still, a sucker-lined underside, like a deformed lamprey mouth running the whole length of it. The coil twitched again. Then I heard the water behind me break, quietly, almost politely. I turned slowly. The pale shape rose. Not all the way. Just enough for me to see the curve of something long and massive passing beneath the surface. The water bulged slightly as though its body was wider than the boat. Then something brushed the underside, rocking me gently. The coil in the box jerked violently as if responding to the presence outside. Something clicked then, like pieces of a nightmare puzzle snapping into place. The box wasn't bait. It was part of something. Maybe taken, maybe shed, maybe discarded, maybe meant to be returned. I grabbed the coil with shaking hands, fighting the instinct to vomit, and threw it into the lake. The moment it hit the water, the entire lake seemed to shudder. Then the pale shape surged upward, fast, impossibly fast, and snagged the coil with a movement so quick I barely saw the water break. A long, smooth limb wrapped around it. The thing drew it down into the depths. The boat rocked hard enough to nearly capsize. And then silence. Total, absolute silence. I didn't move for I don't know how long. Maybe a minute, maybe an hour. But eventually I paddled back to shore, moving slowly, careful not to disturb the water. When I reached land, I didn't look back. I left the boat where it was and walked through the woods without stopping. I didn't care about branches cutting my face or mud sucking at my boots. I just walked. By the time I reached my truck, morning sunlight was beginning to break through the trees. Birds were singing again. For a moment, I thought maybe, just maybe, it was done. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard something faint in the distance, a soft, familiar sound, the dip of oars in water, coming closer. That was 23 years ago. I live in Arizona now, dry desert land far from any lakes. I haven't fished since. I won't go near water deeper than my ankles. Most nights are quiet. But some nights, when the wind is still enough, when the air holds that faint edge of moisture before a storm, I swear I hear it again, a distant rowing, getting closer. And sometimes, God help me, I still dream of that pale shape gliding silently beneath a black lake, waiting for the rest of itself to be returned. Story the end.